running now,
We're
huh?
running. That's all it takes.
Do they got audio?
Yeah.
They can hear us right
They
now?
should be able to hear us right now. Hi, guys.
2, 3 testing. Impeach.
Tell them all your secrets.
No way.
Cool. I know. I brought a good warm jacket tonight.
I did all right. Okay.
They're all good, right? Yeah.
Cut the line.
Yeah. Grab an extra chair for a room. Just have that one. Okay, we'll save these.
Oh, you're like, that doesn't my count, that math is not math. Is that? Probably, Brianna. Yeah. It's this coffee that I just got to stick in. All right, I love you.
Matt, your public comment where you Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Just there now, and then we have a beach breaker and center to go through the field. Yeah. Her heart is really in it. So she's praying about it. Feels very light. Rice City Church. I was shown through Toby One Church. My parents went there, they passed, the business partners, and my uncle. Your way. Just over here. Yeah. So, we actually our son's freshman football team.
No, it's not.
¿La vas a recoger? Sí. Vaya a dejarla escondida. ¿Ya está casa?
Well, then I'm on the right side. Have a seat.
Oh, yeah.
And she's a snowbird, so she can be wet. She's a snowbird, so she comes back to London Road.
Yeah, how you doing, Dad?
No.
How's it going, Jim? A little messy. Aw, thank you.
Open the house up for sure, man. Really good. Friday night was cool. And Saturday night was cool. And the Sunday was really cool. Good to see our yard and our live. And so much fun. So I feel like I was there the last 3 days. It's gonna be interesting. What else?
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Hi, my name is Joel. Just a quick announcement. The meeting, I know it's scheduled for 6 p.m. tonight, but we are running a little late, so just bear with us. The following is a recording of the regular city council meeting on Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025 at 6 p.m.
Welcome to the City of Lemon Grove regular city council meeting. Thank you for your patience. We had some technical issues. Before we get started, I'd please like to remind everybody to silence your cell phones. And City Clerk, will you please call the roll of the city council members to go on record as in attendance?
Yes. Councilmember Altamirano,
Here.
Councilmember Heredia,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza,
Here.
Mayor Snow.
Here.
Mayor Snow and council, we have a quorum of the city council.
Councilmember Altamirano, can I get you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Mayor Snow and council members, I have no changes to tonight's agenda.
We have a presentation today. It is the ISO Class 1 recertification with the Heartland Fire and Rescue Team. I'm going to call on Fire Chief Coe and Andy Bolton, our senior field representative with ISO, to provide the presentation. And can you also tell us what ISO stands for?
Absolutely. Good evening. Absolutely. Honorable Mayor, Council, City Staff members. My name is John Nevin. I am the Deputy Fire Chief for Heartland Fire and Rescue. And I'm filling in for Chief Coe tonight. I'm here to recognize our recertification as a Class 1 agency with the Insurance Service Office, also known as ISO, and Andy Bolton is representing ISO to tell us some more about it.
Thanks, Chief. Thanks to the council. Yeah, like I said, my name is Andy Bolton. I'm here representing Garris ISO, the Insurance Services Office. We do a review of every city and every fire department across the country, 500 to 600. Go ahead and click to the next slide. Just as it says, of course, I can't see it on my glasses. We actually review about 38,000 fire departments across the country, fire districts, fire departments, city, community service districts, and the like. The public protection classification is what this is referred to, and that is the review of all the city services. Well, not all of them, but the fire department, the water departments, and the communication centers, and a few of the other things that are going on in the city. Generally, what ISO does is we grade every city in America, and we give them a 1 to 10 score. One is the best, 10 is the worst. And generally, what that means is that that data is then shared with insurance companies across the country, and then insurance will set your rates. A lot of people don't know this, but a lot of your insurance rates are set based on our results. The reviews are done every 5 to 6 years, and then if you go to the next slide, I'll show you a little bit about what the rest of the country looks like. Overall, like of the 38,000 fire departments we have, only about 500, plus or minus, this number changes daily, it's updated every 6 months. About 500 of these fire districts have a class 1 rating. Most in the country you see are like a 4, 5, and a 6. If I were to break this down into California standard, most of them are going to be like a 2 and a 3 and a 4. But here at this agency, you guys were able to accomplish a class 1, and this is the second time that I've done it for this city. This is a big deal between not just the city of Lemon Grove, but also Heartland Fire District as a whole. Go to the next level show here. What we look at is really a community evaluation. It's not just the fire department, although the fire department does take a majority of the burden. We work with the local water departments. We look at the local communication center. Additionally, we look at fire and building codes in the area, and that's what dictates some of the scores. It's a pretty long process, as you can tell you. It's pretty robust. I'm sure this probably took us 6 months or so. I'm not sure, but ultimately, we use all of the nationally accepted standards in FDA, APCO, American Water Association. We review everything. We know what the best case scenario looks like, and we put the city up against the best case scenario and see how you guys score. In this case, you guys scored about 91 points, just under out of 100, which puts you into the class 1 territory. Again, if you remember on one of the first slides, it said that we are less than, or just about 2% of the population in the country have a fire department. So it's a pretty admirable achievement, if you ask me. And then if you go to the next slide, just a couple of little insights of what are the stuff we do. That we look at the communication center, the mitigation geographics, we look at the fire department's training, where the stations are located, how quickly they respond to calls, what the water supply, we look at where the hydrants are, we look at where how effective the hydrants are, do they have good fire flow, good volume, are the staff trained at the water department as well, and the communication center. The communication center, these guys answer the phone as quickly as possible. Are they dispatching as quick as possible, and do they have the right equipment? There's a series of things that we look over, but ultimately that's what we're able to do. What this means for the city, if you go to the next slide here, what this really means for the city is twofold. Obviously, that there is a better fire loss experience for the end user. So our insurance rates are related to this. It keeps homeowners' property insurances down in the community. If you were a class 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, property insurances would be higher. California's already having insurance issues. Everyone in this room, I'm sure, is affected by that in one way or another. But ultimately, this tells you that the city and the fire department are doing the best they can to at least do their part to keep their insurance prices down. On the second part of it is that really just ultimately a better loss experience. The class 1 fire department has a likelihood of putting the fire out faster, more effectively, efficiently every time. Generally, if anybody's ever had a house fire, if your fire starts in the garage, you want it to stay in the garage. Class 9, 10 fire departments, if the fire starts in the garage, it might spread to the house, it might spread to the neighbor's house. There's a lot of things like that. So in this case, most of the time, according to our data, class 1 fire departments have a better opportunity to have a better fire loss experience for the people involved. And then, so that's really it. That's all I was here for. But I did want to present the results. This is class 1. This is one of, like I said, one of only 500 fire departments out of 40,000 plus or minus in the country. So we're about 2% of the population here. It's an admirable achievement. We actually have something that a plaque for you guys. Since the fire department did a lot of work for us, I'm not sure if there's a camera I need to point this to, but basically this is our certificate of recognition, our class 1 for El Cajon, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, all of our Heartland Fire Rescue. Congratulations, Chief. And I also have
I'll look to my council member, see if anybody has any questions. Councilmember Alvarado.
I just want to say thank you to Heartland for working hard for our community and saving us money on insurance. It's amazing to get that and see that you guys are working really hard, and I know that it's really hard to get that rating, but we appreciate it. Thank you.
And I just wanted to echo, thank you so much for all you do to keep our community safe. It's really scary times when we have fires, fire seasons come through, and there's been a lot of wind. So thank you for being there, thank you for being fast to the scene, and thank you for doing such a good job. Really appreciate it. All right, do you mind if we come down and take a picture with you?
To her, you're that. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much, appreciate it. Next, we'll move on to the general public comment portion of the meeting. The public may express their concerns not pertaining to items that are on the agenda today. Please note that according to state law, the council isn't permitted to respond to any comments expressed by the public. However, we will make sure you get a response. So if there's something that you need follow-up with or have further questions, please reach out to our city clerk here and make sure that you leave your contact information and what you need to know, and we will make sure that somebody gets back to you. Per Lemon Grove's Municipal Code, all remarks must be addressed to the city council member as a body and not to any individual member. Each speaker will have a total of 3 minutes. There's a red light, yellow light, and green light. Red means it's time for the next person to go. Yellow light is a caution. All right, we will move on to the speaker slips. The city clerk has provided me with the speaker slips, and the first speaker we have is, I can't read the last name, but Christian with D.
Yeah, that's me.
All right.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thanks
What's your
for-
last name?
Christian Dulau, residents. Here to represent Coach Joe Smith. Hopefully you guys can hear me.
Oh, if you're, just a heads up, if you're going to speak as to people that are coming up for the appointment process, let's hold your comment till we hit agenda item number 3.
Thank
Want
you.
to save it for that? Okay, thank you. Joshua Bloom?
I guess it kind of pertains to the applicants, but not.
Perfect. Yeah, so I'll move you to item number 3.
Dad.
John L. Wood.
John Elwood.
Electric bicycle scooter ordinance. I asked Fire Coronado to pass their ordinance. I haven't heard anything back on who's doing the ordinance. And, we haven't had anybody killed or hit so far. But, it is a very wonderful option. Because every time I'm on TV watching this, somebody get killed, old people,
Daddy.
big people, people in between. So, it's not just relegated to one group of people, it's relegated to everybody. It needs to be passed ASAP. And in case anybody knows, as soon as possible. Maybe sooner. I used to ride a bike. I don't anymore because I broke my neck. On a bicycle. And I used to ride all the time. I used to ride at the Velodrome. And, went on long tours. Drove from go to Pismo Beach. And that's a little right, a couple days, but it's not right. That's all, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Matt Kostrinsky.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Glad to see so many people here for tonight's vacancy. Again, my name is Matt Kostrinsky. I'm here representing ASME Local 127. I appreciate the opportunity to address you and the public regarding the importance of the initiative, the city's pending wage and compensation study. We understand and appreciate the commencement of this process. The first committee meeting held just before Thanksgiving holiday with representatives from the various bargaining units and non-represented staff was productive. We appreciate that. However, my colleagues and I, along with the fire unit, identified several critical areas within the draft or RFP that we think need attendance and guidance from you all. I know we're still working through this process, but I want to make sure you're aware of it. First, there's a need for a timeline that's going to be more effective. We're going to move forward quickly, but we will make sure that the timeline is realistic. We want to point out that what at least I've seen for the timeline, that there's a lot of holidays going on right now between now and when the idea that the RFP would go out and be selected. Also, the turnaround time for information requests is very small. Also, we feel very rushed to have meeting after meeting, and we're not having ability to have good dialogue amongst our bargaining unit about what we think about the RFP. So we're asking for this. We understand there's a need to move, but we're hoping that we can move with a speed that works with us all as a first-time process for my members to go through for this process. Second, establishing a clear process. We would request a clear, established process to ensure the committee is comprised of various employee units that are engaged from the initial setup, which we're doing now, but critically that they're involved when there's a selection of the consultants, and also the final product, whatever that evaluation is, and bringing whatever that final product to the council. We believe that these people should be part of that process also. Our members possess the institutional knowledge necessary to ensure the study relevant information is accurate. Third, defining the retention philosophy. It's imperative that this council clearly defines and adopts a comprehensive wage and compensation philosophy. The current approach is demonstrated from a previous council. There's been a lot of changes, and we have concerns about that. That we believe that it should be what you all are looking at, not just what was looking at past. Last but not least, we think there needs to be an honest look at the external market. We're concerned about past choices. Just to let you know, about almost half a dozen of our members went to the Port of San Diego. So it isn't going to necessarily always cities, and I know fires talk about other fire departments that are not necessarily cities. So we're concerned about that. Last but not least, we'd love to see actually a forward-coming approach. We also believe that for the council and the mayor, your stipends and your costs should also be evaluated by it, not just about us. Last but not least, I just want to let you know that thank you.
Our final speaker is Calvin Mann.
I'm doing better now.
Good, good. Well, how do you? No. Can you pick up that microphone? There you go.
No, I didn't step over no potholes. No, the street light is working, so I'm not here to complain. I'm here to tell you that there's something new in Liverpool. Last month, I had a call for artists in Liverpool, and November the 2nd, the call, about 15 artists came. I'm going to ask you, the council, I'm going to ask members of this audience, visitors, I want you just to imagine, close your eyes, just for a moment. And when you open your eyes and walk out the front door, just imagine Lemon Grove Arts and Culture. What's that, right? We are moving forward to change the image of Lemon Grove. To bring in art and culture. I would love to see pictures on this wall. I would love to see a theater, a live theater in Lemon Grove. I would love for people who plan their destination and coming to San Diego who come to Lemon Grove for arts and culture. I would love to see some pop-up down Broadway, jazz, and music playing every place. We can do it. We can do it. And when we step out, I want the council to step out for us. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you for sharing that vision.
I'll turn it over to city staff to see if they have any follow-up comments from some of the items that are presented, and if we can also get an update on the RTFH grant, the Regional Task Force on Homelessness and Campus Resolution Fund grant that we've been working on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Woods, the e-bike ordinance is in line. I can't give you a deadline on when we're going to do it. There's several other ordinances that we're doing updates that are ahead of it. And with staff resources, we have to parse them out. So it's on the list. I just can't commit to you when we're going to get it done. And then if Mr. Murguia Mr. Murguia, our Public Works Director, is the facilitator for the Awesome Pump Study. As Mr. Kaczynski said, we had our first meeting. I'd like to have Mr. Murguia comment on some of the items that was noted.
Thank you, City Manager Romero. As she mentioned, the Classic Compensation Employee Committee met on Tuesday, November 25th. And during that meeting, we discussed the scope of work, and the committee had brought to my attention some of the some clarifying questions that they had with the scope of work. In addition, we discussed the schedule. The schedule is an aggressive schedule, but it is a schedule to be able to get the RFP out, advertising out to bid. Although it may be aggressive, we feel that the timeline, at least the committee has not expressed otherwise to me, that the schedule is a realistic schedule. As a facilitator, I gathered all the comments, summarized the talking points. That information was relayed to the project manager, and the project manager is providing their responses to the committee's questions, comments. We have a tentative meeting scheduled for next Tuesday to go over those responses in line with the schedule that has been outlaid.
Thank you, and I do want to address the last issue is council wages. Council wages are outside of this process because this is the employee compensation, and technically city council members and mayors are not employees of the city of Lemon Grove. And that is under our governance code, and you will see at your next agenda the request that council had to increase the wages. And we will follow what state law allows us to follow. Unlike some larger cities like the charter city, they have a different process. And we have to follow general governance law. And then an update on RTFH. And I know I shared some of this update with the council last week. We just ended, right during Thanksgiving week, our 4th week of phase 2. And I'm happy to announce that we had 47 individuals on the by name list for phase 2. 13 of those 47 have been housed to date. And I am pleased to announce that there was one individual who has been homeless in Lemon Grove for the decade that I have been here, and we finally got her into housing. Most of you know her by the name of Jennifer. And she opened her new door to her new house, her new apartment yesterday, and we're very excited to ensure that she's there with the wraparound services that come with the grant. And second of all, staff prioritize with RTFH behind Walgreens, so we can ensure to get those individuals housed. Everybody that was there that was on the by name list got housed by Thanksgiving, So staff can go in there the day before and clean it all up, return it back over to the property owner, and staff is working diligently with the property owner to ensure that they maintain their property without allowing encampments to show up again. So we're very happy about the progress that RCFH grant has been moving forward with, and we will continue to give updates to the council and the community.
Appreciate that so much. We also got a update from the 12-month Lemon Grove pilot program through that the county offered. This program was the first of its kind, providing the city of Lemon Grove with self-sufficiency resources and solutions for the homeless. Some notable takeaways from the program include they added 181 to a coordinated by name list to support care coordination. They provided 159 housing referrals. They supported 9 individuals in obtaining permanent housing, including the Veterans Affairs Supportive Administrative Housing Program known as VASH. They provided 99 referrals for healthcare, food, social services, and other supports. Assisted with 92 applications for benefits such as Medi-Cal, CalFresh, General Relief, and CalWorks. They delivered 45 referrals to mental health and substance abuse treatment programs with 10 individuals currently in treatment. Engaged people living without homes 603 times, completed 237 follow-up actions to ensure individuals maintain their benefits, and distributed 341 hygiene kits. So that was an incredible program. You'll see we're making big dents in really tackling the problem of housing and homelessness in our community. So these are exciting things to report on. Next, we will go to the public hearing. Oh, actually, before we get there, we're going to move to the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll move approval.
I'll second it.
And before we go for the vote, were there any public comments on the consent calendar?
Mayor Snow and council members, I have no speaker slips for the consent calendar. And the motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza with a second by Councilmember Heredia. I will now let the roll to go on the record. Councilmember Arthur Morano. Councilmember Heredia.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Aye.
Mayor Snow.
Aye.
The motion carries on a vote of 4-0.
Next item, we have the public hearing. This is item number 2. It's the second reading and adoption of ordinance amending Lemon Grove Municipal Code Title 17, zoning, chapter 17.08, definitions, chapter 17.16, zoning districts, chapter 17.20, special overlay districts, and chapter 17.28, procedure and administration, implementing general plan housing element programs 14 and 22. I'd like to invite City Attorney Sankey to present the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. At the City Council meeting on November 18th, the City Council conducted the first reading and introduced the ordinance amending Title 17 of the Lemon Grove Municipal Code to conform with the City's General Plan Housing Element Programs 14 and 22 regarding by right affordable housing, low barrier navigation centers, transitional and supportive housing, large group homes, and emergency shelters. The revisions to the municipal code will add language to existing sections of the zoning code, define certain terms used in that title of the municipal code, further clarify existing definitions and provisions, and ensure that LGMC, the municipal code, is compliant with the housing element of the general plan. At its meeting on November 18th, the City Council voted unanimously to approve the proposed amendments to Title 17. This item continues the ordinance adoption process by recommending the second reading by title only of the ordinance amending Title 17 of the municipal code. If adopted, this ordinance will take effect in 30 days on January 30th, 2025. And again, to confirm, the second reading by title only is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lemon Grove, California, amending Lemon Grove Municipal Code, Title 17, zoning, Chapter 17.08, definitions, Chapter 17.16, zoning districts, Chapter 17.20, special overlay districts, and Chapter 17.28, procedure and administration, implementing general plan housing element programs 14 and 22. Thank you.
City Clerk, do we have any speaker slips on this item?
Mayor Snow and council members, I have no speaker slips for item number 2.
The public comment period is now closed for this item. Do we have any comments from council members before we proceed? Seeing none, do we have a motion to adopt ordinance number 470?
All move approval.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza with a second by Mayor Snow to approve staff's recommendation. I will now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember Heredia.
Aye.
Councilmember Altamirano.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Aye.
Mayor Snow.
Aye.
Mayor Snow, the vote, the motion passes on a vote of 4-0.
Thank you. Next is our reports to council. This is item number 3, the city council vacancy applicant interviews. At this time, I will introduce our city manager, Lydia Romero, to present the staff report.
And then just a quick announcement before we begin this item. If there are any city council applicants present in the audience, please exit the room at this time and proceed to the green room by heading through the open doors. Through that side door there, staff will meet you there and check you in.
All right, city manager Romero.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Next slide, please. We are here today to hopefully choose a fifth council member. This is the second time we've tried to review this process. I'm going to go very briefly over the selection process the council decided at the October 21st meeting. As you can see on the slide, the interview will be at least 15 minutes per applicant. Applicant will have 2 minutes to make an opening statement. There will be questions from the mayor and city council. Two questions have been received from residents, and one question from individual council members. And so the updated questions are on your dais. There was a little error in the staff report. The resident questions was in the body of the staff report. However, on attachment B, we failed to put them in. So they were there for everybody to see, but we failed to put them in attachment B. We have the updated list at the public comment, and then we have the updated list on the city council. So take a look at those, because when we're done with the staff report, we're going to ask you to choose which one you want to do, so there can be some consistency for the candidates. And then the applicants will have a 1-minute closing statement. All of those will be timed by the city clerk. Next slide. So our selection process in which the council has decided is ranked choice voting process. Now, this has been a huge learning curve for myself, the city attorney, and the city clerk. So not to take their thunder, I am going to turn it over to the city attorney and the city clerk to share the process of ranked choice voting. And we're going to go over it relatively slowly so we all understand the concept of it.
Good evening, council members. I will be going over the selection process. At the October City Council meeting, this council decided that it will use ranked choice voting as its method of procedure for selecting its fifth member. In just a few minutes, I will be handing out a ranked choice voting ballot. Each of you will be provided one, and that sheet, I'll just go ahead and pass it out now, so that way you guys can take a look at it. And if you have any questions, this would be the opportune time to ask those questions as I'm on this slide. Each council member will rank their candidates in order of preference, number 1 through 8. Once I receive those ballots from each of the council members, myself and the city attorney or city manager will go through the ballot, and we will be going through the process of eliminating the lowest ranked candidate. And once we eliminate the lowest ranked candidate, those votes will be redistributed to the next, your next preferences on the list. Any questions on that? Okay, moving on to the next bullet point process. That process will continue until one candidate receives a majority of the vote. The final selection will be announced by myself, the city clerk. So I know this image here is very hard, or it's very faint to see, but I will go through each of the bullet points here. To win a candidate, a candidate has to earn more than half of the votes. So that means 3 of you. It can't be 2 because 2 out of the 4 is 50%. If I have 3 out of the 4, then that's more than half of the votes. To begin, I will look at the votes. I will look at the voters' first choices. If a candidate has more than half of the votes, they will win. If no candidate has enough votes to win, the candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated. Voters who rank that candidate first would instantly have their vote go to their next choice. This process continues until a candidate has more than half of the votes. I will stop there. Do any of my council members have any questions?
So this is on the second round that we would be.
So just to clarify, and that is a very good question. So the ballot that you all have in front of you, what will happen is we will call, once I receive the ballot from each of the council members and the mayor, we will call for a break so that way I can tabulate the results. It will take some time because I would need to do the process of elimination, by which I will need to identify who has the lowest votes, and whoever has the lowest votes, then I'll have to redistribute that vote to the next go-getter. That makes sense.
So if I make myself clear,
yeah.
We'll vote, you'll tally it up,
Mhm.
and then however many candidates have fewer votes, they'll get eliminated.
They'll get eliminated, and then whoever you have, let's say for example, your top choice gets eliminated, will go to your second preferred candidate. And then we'll do a number of rounds during our break.
It's not, when he says rounds, it's not rounds of voting. You only have one opportunity to rank your candidates. You will not vote again. There is only one opportunity for you to rank your candidates. After that's done, you should be able to reach a majority through the process of eliminating those who are lowest and the first ranking vote.
Just for the record, I had asked for these instructions a week ago so that everybody was clear. I think I get it. My understanding was that we were gonna vote until we agreed on someone. And you're saying we're only voting one time and you guys decide which votes go to who.
Let's finish the presentation, which may help. There are some questions that are frequently asked that may help a little bit. And then if you'd like, we can do an example before we move on, so that you can see. And we have brought a board that will show all of the rankings that you provide, and we will post that so that you all can see the rankings as they have been made on your ballots, and then we'll show you how one may be eliminated until you get to a majority. Okay? Let's finish the presentation, and then you may have, that may spur more questions from you. Okay, so there are frequently asked questions, and I'm going to go through them one by one. So, first one, what if I only like one candidate? You can rank as many or as few candidates as you like. There is only one candidate you would support. You can rank that candidate and leave the rest blank. But beware that that if your candidate is eliminated, you have given yourself no further opportunities to fill in that spot with a second or a third choice or even a fourth choice. There may be several bump ups depending on how your other colleagues vote. Does ranking a second, third, or fourth choice hurt the chances of my favorite candidate? No, it does not. Your additional choices are backups in case your favorite candidate is no longer in the race. Backup choices will never hurt your favorite candidate's chances of winning. If I like two candidates, should I rank them both as my first choice? The answer is no. You can only have one first choice, one second choice, and so on. If you like two candidates, determine which you like best and rank the other as a backup choice. What happens if I skip a ranking? The simple explanation is that your other candidates will bump up into that ranking spot. So if you choose a 1, 2, and a 3, you skip the 4, you 5, 6, 7, 8. Your 5, 6, 7, 8 are going to bump up into the next favorite slot for you. What happens is if there is a tie at the end of a round, this is important. In the event that 2 or more candidates tie for the fewest number of votes, the candidate to eliminate shall be chosen by lot. That means that you will pull from a hat a candidate who is in the tie, and that candidate who is pulled from a hat will be eliminated. This is what we are proposing. So if you have four different candidates across the top who are tied, you pull out a hat, one of the 4 names, and that person shall be eliminated. If you start off the first round and you have a 2-2 split, you pull a name out of a hat, and the person whose name is pulled is eliminated. This will guarantee a result.
Yes.
And like I said, this is a suggestion. Okay, if you want to, at the end of this process, you will need a motion and a second and a vote. And the vote will have to be a majority. This is only a way to get you to a place of agreement on a candidate. So ultimately, you will have to vote on who you want to appoint. Okay. Finally, the sixth frequently asked question is what happens if there's a tie at the end of the final round? If there are only 2 candidates in the final round and they are tied, the winner will be the candidate who received the higher number of votes in round 1. Ultimately, you are going to end up with a candidate who one of you chose as your top choice. It's just going to work out that way. You're going to eliminate until you get to a majority, including how you break a tie. So if you want to discuss this, I encourage you to do so. This is your process, so please feel free to ask questions, and we are here to answer those questions. We did a lot of research on this and talked about it a lot, so we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
And I'd like to add, we're going to divert from what our normal process is. There's a couple more slides to finish up the process before we start the interviews. But I think it's very important that council have a discussion on the ranked choice voting because it is a different process. And it is a process that may eliminate your top choice candidates in the first round. And so it is a process that is developed to come up with a candidate at the end of the round. And so if the city attorney can kind of do a really quick example of what we were talking about, using the colors, using a color scheme, I think that would be helpful for the council to visually see what we're talking about.
Would you like that? Or would you like to? I've seen. Do we want to see the video of that example that we?
I think that for clarity purposes and for the community at large, I think that would be extremely helpful.
Yeah, there was a video attached to the staff report that explained the process a little bit. It was hyperlinked, and we hope people would read that before they came in here. But I think it's correct, so people can understand the process. This is different. This is a different voting process that we have done in the past.
I don't have a slide for this, so. All right.
move it down there so people can see. I think it's visually blocked.
Oh, I'm
The
sorry.
top portion there.
I want to make sure that you all can see
Yeah,
it too.
it's for you guys. to-
Yeah, I think if you go right in front of that,
Okay.
you'll be able, I think we'll all be able to see it.
Okay, so at the top of the grid, we have each of your names. When you vote, you're gonna vote your ranked choice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Number 1 is your favorite, to 8, which is your least favorite. Then we're going to collect your ballots. You write those on your ballots. We're gonna collect your ballots and we're gonna write them just as you have written them. They're gonna appear here. So, red, yellow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, pink, and then the opposite. Gray. And then start here, orange, yellow. And then start with green, purple. Thank you. So you can see all the results of all of the city council members on the grid. You can see in the first round, we're calling them rounds, but really it's your rank. The first rank.
No, like, more for John.
Oh, more for
The end of the. Sorry,
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So in the first ranking is red, gray, orange, and green. That's a tie. You all have one vote for one candidate. And so what you would do in this instance is you would pull a name of those 4 out of a hat, and whoever's name you pull gets eliminated. So for our hypothetical purposes, I chose red out of the hat. So we eliminate red. Orange gets bumped up to number 1. So now you have orange, gray, orange, and green. Orange. Oh, you have 2 oranges. You have only 1 gray and 1 green. There's a tie. So you pull a name out of a hat. I chose green. So blue, the second choice for this, for Councilmember Heredia, gets bumped up. Now we have blue, orange, gray, and orange. There's another tie. So between gray and blue, there's a tie. I pull a name out of a hat. I chose gray because I'm tired of saying gray. So, do you understand? So you get bumped up and bumped up and bumped up until you reach the majority. And that's how ranked choice voting works.
Just put them on
Orange
screen.
has 2. And these are eliminated. The orange will just like a 3 votes, which is the majority of votes. This is right.
we'll go ahead to, in the audience, just a reminder to respect the rules of the room and keep it down so we can have a good cordial discussion. I'll look to my city council members for comments or questions. I'll start with Councilmember Heredia.
Not really, I don't want to do the hat. That's another, maybe round 2 or something else.
She's wondering if we have another option instead of going out of the hat.
Besides pulling game as a hat, if you want to do it by lot, are you saying not random? Yeah. You guys can choose. I mean, you can vote. You can vote on who continues, if you like, or you can do an elimination of those who are tied. I mean, now we're getting out of ranked choice. This is a hybrid. It's by lot. By lot is by random selection. So you could flip a coin, you could draw straws.
Put them on a spin wheel.
Going through all of how ranked choice voting is, again, looking at the experts, when it comes to ranked choice voting, that's what's done. And it's usually the elimination of those folks. So it is done by law. So other cities that have ranked choice voting is the cities, I'm doing this by memory, the city of San Leandro, the city of Albany, the city of Oakland, there's Redondo Beach, and there's a couple other Northern California cities that do ranked choice voting.
Who's picking those lots in other cities?
They're just predetermined what that lot is, and the election official is the one that uses that predetermined lot. So if the city says it's done by coin flip, then that's what the election official uses. If it's name out of a hat, that's what the election official uses it. So when the city adopts ranked choice voting as an election process, that is predetermined, and that is set as part of the ordinance.
So we can make the candidates Rochambeau.
But it's your process. It's your process.
You know, we asked you to look into it, so I appreciate you bringing the process.
You can certainly amend it.
Because it's not something that we
Right, but it will get you to a winner. And this is your process. Like I said, if you would like to amend it, please have a discussion.
I may propose another way, which I think is very fair as well. We invert, so we have a 1 through 8, and we give them each like a weighted point. So we weight our number 1 choice in 8, and then our number 2 choice of 7. That's another way that I saw that was done. And then all the names get added up, and whoever has the highest rating is candidate. Yes. That's a clean.
That sounds simple.
There's not a lot of that.
Yeah. In that event, what's the recommendation where there's a tie? Or how to do it?
Wait it again?
We vote.
Flip a coin.
Hopefully you have a couple candidates that are tied, not just two,
No,
right?
you
Or,
leave it empty
no,
for
if you have two,
elections.
you can vote again on
That's
those
what you
two.
do.
Yeah.
You have three
Who cares?
tied
Who
and
cares?
no.
That's what we were doing.
That is the reason why I'm recommending that.
Stop, feet off the wall.
Hopefully with this format, we'll get one, and then we'll get 2. That will, we'll rate them again. And if there is a tie, then we can vote on them off, or you guys can do the future.
So essentially, that's the process that we had before. We didn't assign weights to that, but it was basically who was receiving those votes, and then we would whittle it that was the process that we used before that led to an impasse. So, and in the last council meeting when we voted on it, what we had selected was ranked choice voting, even though I was the one who voted no on that process. It was what we had designated and had them research, and the other mechanism that we used resulted in an impasse. So if we're serious about trying to fill this seat, I think that the proposal, and I'm still open to modifications, but I think your proposal will end us in almost exactly the same as what we did before, except you're assigning values to the numbers, but essentially it was the same process, like who got the most votes, and then we'd come back and whittle it down. Who got the most votes, we'd come back and whittle it down. But it didn't get us to filling the seat.
I'm committed.
Councilmember Alvarado?
I'm committed to going through this process until we choose a candidate. I think to me it's just easy and transparent for the community. If you guys want to use the inverted or the weighted point system, if we by chance have a tie, then we can discuss as to how to go about breaking that tie.
No, upside down.
I'll eliminate any elements.
So I like the weighted votes because it does seem the most transparent and fair. I felt like the audience was definitely more in favor of that. But I think that in the case of a tie, which is of course possible, then you just take the people that are all tying for those points. There's not, they're not all gonna tie, so there's gonna be 2, maybe at 3 the most, I would think, that are gonna tie. And then you can vote on those 3. And you're gonna clear that tie. Because ultimately, we do have to vote. I mean, officially make a motion, which has to be seconded.
Because this is an appointment process, you have to make a motion in a second and have a majority.
Regardless of whether it's a tie or the person is in third place.
Correct. The appointment process is merely a way of you whittling down to the candidate that is most acceptable for the group.
Yeah, so let's just. I think that'll give us a good idea. Where we might, I think that will give us a good agreement. It might not be our first. There might be someone.
So looking at the weighted system, number 1 gets X points, number 2 gets Y points. How do you want us to start the point process? So the number 1 candidate gets actual 8 points, and then it goes down from there. So the 8th candidate gets them. Okay, got it. I'd like council to realize that is not ranked choice voting, it's the version of ranked choice voting. And I know you did ask that question. It took us a long time to really comprehend and understand what ranked choice voting was. Like I explained earlier, is we're adapting what is truly an election process to an appointment process. They're 2 very different processes, which is why the outcome was, oh my gosh, how can we do it? But that is what ranked choice voting is. And normally with ranked choice voting, it's always the number 2 or number 3 candidate. Clearly not a 50%. They've had this process for rural elections, and it's always been the number 3 candidate, and they end up being the mayor of
I'm not quite sure that I understood what the ranked choice voting was when I voted for it. So next time I'll make sure to communicate that. Because it sounded simple at the time, and as I started researching it a little while, I was like, oh, this is complicated. So
appreciate the homework and with all of the hard work that took. But I'm confident that we're going to fill the seats. So I just want to be clear, we're going to give your first place candidate, the first place for those candidates 8 points, and then second is 7 points, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, according to their rank on your ballot. And then we will tabulate the points at the end and give you a ranking of who has the most points. And then we will take those that are tied, if there is a tie based on the point system, and do another round or have a discussion and then do another round of voting. You want to do another round of voting, or you just want to have a discussion after those results are tabulated? I think just to be clear, we should call it as another round of polling. So it's not a vote, it's a way of understanding or approach to who you want. Mouthful. So a second round of polling your preferences if there's a tie. And then if there's a deadlock, do you want to have a tiebreaker, or do you want to talk about it until the morning? You want to agree on tiebreakers? What's the process, the care process, even though we may not need it, it's good to have it already hashed out before we start to use that. I wouldn't mind, we could discuss it, and I wouldn't mind pulling. I'm sorry, you wouldn't mind it a lot. Well, so it's about 2 candidates who are tied. Pull the hat, and the one that is pulled is eliminated. You still want to vote. Still have to vote. You still have to vote. I am just not again. So, yeah. Okay, council seat. That's fair. Excellent. So you all are okay with the tiebreaker, you are not. So even if we have, I understand, even if we have that they would tiebreaker, I'm still like, we still can vote how we want. Okay. So I'm okay with the tiebreaker. Hopefully we won't need it. Then I have 3 for tiebreaker. So the full name of Pat. The name that is pulled is the name of the candidate that is needed. Thank you for the discussion. I appreciate that. The example gave you the context, and like I said, this is your process. So thank you very much for the thoughtful discussion. No, I think we have a consensus. I suppose if you want, we can go on the record and make a motion in a second. We have a consensus. Okay, thank you. So just to finish off the remainder of the staff report, listed above are the candidates that are remaining in the tentative poll. We've had two candidates withdraw their application, Ms. Amanda Martin and Ms. Jennifer Hopper. So we made sure that all of the candidates knew their new times and updated their time. So next one. Staff recommends that the city council conduct the interview and hopefully choose the 5th council member. And I'm going to ask the clerk to go back so you have the list of the names coming up for the interview process. And right before we end this, if the city council can indicate which questions they would like to ask, That would be helpful, so that we can continue to compare. Public.
Yes. Okay, Councilmember Heredia?
So I just want to make it clear that the community knows that we did put out some, requests for community questions for tonight. What we were supposed to do was pick 2 community questions. Unfortunately, there were only 3 questions submitted, so it's impossible for all of us to pick 2, the questions. So I don't know what we want to do on that. That was another thing.
So I think we can just ask the questions from the 3, and then each one of us takes, 1 question for us. So we're not. And then 1 from our list. They were just 2 questions.
There were only 3 community questions before.
Right, so I'm not going to be asking 3 questions. They will answer the first question by the community, the second question by the community, and then they're going to answer my question, then I'll answer Jennifer's question, your question.
Okay, so we don't have to say, let's ask this. If there's 3 questions, we're asking them 2. So we have to decide which 2 as a group.
Yeah, I think because we only have so many questions, each one of us can ask a question.
You only get 1 as council member.
I like 11 and 13. Councilmember Rivian?
Yes, I do.
And Councilmember Altamirano, which of the interview questions would you like to select? I'm going to go with number 8. Councilmember Heredia?
I'm number 4.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza?
1 and 6 are similar.
Okay. And I'll do number 2. All right, I think we're ready for our first candidate.
Just a really quick announcement. Following city council interviews, we will then open up public comment. If you haven't done so already, if you would like to make comment on item number 3, please be sure to fill out a speaker slip. The speaker slips are available at the review table here.
Good evening, Ms. Beard. It's nice to see you. You'll be given a 2-minute opening remarks opportunity, so all yours.
I have had the pleasure of meeting all of you throughout our community the past few years, and whether it was one of our amazing community volunteer groups, such as the Forward Club, or voting rotations, or numerous cars at the drive, or chatting over coffee or wine. I feel honored to be able to serve alongside each of you to create a vision of what growth that we see for the future. I want to acknowledge the profound loss of our community, to our community, with the passing of Councilmember Faiai, which has created this vacancy. You have the most difficult job tonight, showing here to And I hope you choose the best person that truly honors Steve's memory, bringing gentle compassion, beauty, peace, and open heart to this festival. And I don't just talk about community vitality, I create it. As the president and co-founder of Lemon Grove Community Activities at ICCA and a brand new nonprofit here in Lemon Grove, we are bringing over 60 adults into this community every Saturday to play sports. One of our core goals is to establish Lemon Grove as a destination. We are actively working with the local businesses to utilize this resource to keep these adults here to shop and create a stronger economic loop right here in our community. Should I be appointed, my goals are first and foremost focused on generating greater community vitality. I plan to tackle this with two fronts. First, aggressively addressing Lemon Grove's abandoned buildings and the blight of crimes by updating and strengthening our codes to curb unwanted activity and unconstitutional effect. Second, by creating a solid pathway to fully reopen our rec center 7 days a week. This is critical to bringing families and adults back into our public spaces, which will truly help our city flourish. LTCA's grassroots success is just the start. Imagine the transformative impact if we truly upgrade our rec center and an underutilized diamond in the heart of our city. I recognize I may not be able to accomplish everything in a short time.
Thank you so much. So we had the community generate questions. So the first two questions are going to be community questions. You'll have 1 minute to respond to each of those. So the first one is, how will you increase the city's progress toward fixing roads, and what priority do you give that to?
Honestly, not. I know we're doing a great job on fixing roads for any city. I know we have this budget and has not been one of the things that I have really dove into, but I know it's on here.
Second question is, what is your vision for public safety in Lemon Grove, and what role does the sheriff's department play in this vision?
As I was saying earlier, I feel one of the public safety issues that we have is our abandoned buildings, and having this space for people who need to do things that don't have eyes on them. If we were able to truly not having abandoned buildings all over scattered throughout Lemon Grove, it would be easier for our sheriff's department to not have to go into these situations that they have people building fires and starting fires in buildings.
All right, thanks so much. Good job. Did you have anything else you wanted to add on there? Okay, we can now look each of the council members off and get to ask you a question. You're still in the hot lane. And all right, I'll start with council member Altamirano.
What specific technological initiatives do you believe can benefit the city of Lemon Grove when it comes to economic development, public safety, infrastructure, and public services? I would love to see our digital platforms reevaluated, and just getting on our website to find out where our council meeting is, where our commission meetings, our planning commission meeting is. It's a nightmare to get through our website, and it has gotten better, but just that element alone.
Councilmember Garcia.
How would you approach controversial and complicated issues that divide the community, and how would you involve the community in these issues?
Hearts and sitting down and hearing their hearts, because I'm sure a lot of times we're not listening to understand, we're listening to response. And I have to listen to somebody, their story, their background, what they have to say. Really, and understanding where they're coming from. will go a long way to understand why.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza?
Hi. I'm kind of putting two questions together here. So the city's financial reports are audited every year, right, outside of higher auditing. And then we receive a report back, or back from the auditor that makes suggestions for some the last I think 7 or 8 years calls for a forensic audit also in addition to this outside audit. What is your understanding of the audit, the city's audit process? Do you think it's sufficient or forensic audit? If you
I believe this is, would be used, not that it's not. And, you know, I feel like there's always space to learn. The community feels like there's some further there. I kept getting to the bottom of the why they aren't calling this audit.
keeping an open mind.
Sit down.
All right, for me, do you think that the cannabis store ordinance should be loosened to allow more businesses possibly closer than 1,000 feet to schools, parks, and daycares, or should it stay the same or be strengthened?
I'm not a huge fan of cannabis next to my kids. And not saying that, you can't have a conversation with somebody that disagrees with that. And at the end of the day, conversation is really what's going to move our people.
All right, now you have the opportunity for a closing statement. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ms. Beard. Our next candidate is Joseph Smith.
Get them all.
It's a pleasure to have you here this evening, Mr. Smith, and we have received 2 questions from the community, but I will give you, before we get into questions, the opportunity to give a 2-minute opening statement.
I'm gonna turn around because that means so pretty good. Change.
If we can, because we have to keep it safe for everybody, so you have to stand at the podium and English.
I'm gonna face you guys a little bit. I appreciate you showing up. On behalf of Living Grove and what we're trying to build here, the presence means so much. So thank you. Madam Mayor, Council, and community, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you once again. I am Joe Smith. I would be honored to support and serve with you on the Living Grove Council. I'm here because I believe passionately in this community, its potential, its resilience, and the responsibility we share to make it stronger. My background is public service, community involvement, hands-on leadership throughout my career, and I focus on solving problems collaboratively. As a resident parent and district leader, I live the experience and understand the expectations of Living Grove families. The cost of living supports our desire for safe streets. All if appointed, I will live in the lane of teamwork, fiscal responsibility, transparency, to support public safety, to champion revitalization efforts, our streets, working to attract and retain small business, and create environments where our families and entrepreneurs can thrive. I'm not here for preconceived agendas and allegiance to one-sided votes or political ambitions. I'm here to serve.
I come with experience and a background in local affairs. And I'm committed to service, collaborative mindset, and to reach real progress. A phrase, a label, moving the work. Lemon Grove deserves another council member who listens and who is skilled, who puts work first. I am ready to be that person. Thank you for your consideration of my application, and I look forward to discussing how we can create that vision together. Appreciate it.
Well, now, we have 2 questions from the community, and then each of the council members will ask you a question. Each of the questions, you'll have 1 minute to respond. The first question is, how will you increase the city's progress towards fixing roads, and what primarily do you get that done?
I think when you look at the budget and current initiative, there's a plan right already in place that supports how allocations are going to be made to fix streets. I'll lean into just the integrity of where our community has said, right, the most focus needs to be, right, focusing on where our schools are located in safe routes, right, and routes to businesses, allocating those resources to areas that have been most neglected and are struggling, and really prioritizing the safety of our residents, right? And considering the amount of times folks have come in suggesting how bad some of the roads hurt their vehicles, right? So just keeping that in mind for our residents and following the plan that we have put in place to support that infrastructure.
All right, and what is your vision for public safety in Lemon Grove, and what role does the sheriff's department play with that vision? Play in that vision.
Huge. Shout out to Mr. Berry. I first will acknowledge when there was crisis in Lemon Grove and families were charging to provide some safety for students, our sheriff's department stepped up, increased patrol in areas, increased visibility. Law enforcement is one of our biggest, right, cost measures in 37%. And we're investing in that because our residents have said, hey, we want safe community. We want safe streets. So really prioritizing those efforts to continue that structure and making sure that our community is safe. Shout out to the Sheriff's Department. Thank you.
Now we'll go to the questions for the council members. We'll start with Councilmember Altamirano.
Thank you for being here tonight. What specific technological initiatives do you believe can benefit the city of Lemon Grove when it comes to economic development, public safety, infrastructure, and public services?
Thank you. I think considering practical technology, I first honor hearing businesses in our communities suggesting and advocating for a one-stop shop almost of digital-based permit or licensing process. In my work, I focus on asset mapping, right? So mapping out where our assets and creating a digital platform to support that. I think of public Wi-Fi zones, community policing app to support our sheriffs and supporting residents' needs. Some type of smart management system. I think I hear folks suggesting how tired they are of sitting at some of our lights, how long they are. Smart street lights do revitalize Broadway. I heard a presentation about some of those smart lights. Pavement condition switchers and digital forms of e-signature that will support our staff and some of their processes and work.
Councilmember Garcia.
Okay, how would you approach controversial, complicated issues that divide the community, and how would you involve the community in those issues?
I think first and foremost, if you haven't noticed, I'm a root cause guy, right? I believe in solutions. I believe part of the council's role is to protect fiscal solvency, and that means the protection of assets and from litigation. I think a lot of times the controversial issues stem from a space of what can be potential risks for the city. I know if appointed, I may disagree, right, with the decision, but it is not a decision that I solely sit with, but it is the decision of the majority. And I believe that is our job to advocate and collaborate, not to communicate right outside of our role and what is not our role, and really protect the city, but at the same time be an advocate for needs.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza. Hi. The city is audited every year by an outside auditor that we hire. And the auditor presents us with a copy of that report and recommendations for how we can improve our financial processes. And in connection with that, there has been some call that the city have a forensic audit. Are you at all familiar with the responses to those audit findings?
Yes. And I would first acknowledge that some of those members of our community have asked for that audit for something that they believe, right? And I think I honor that. Much like education, we go through audits annually. And I think there's a lot of times the community may not know that the city is audited in these ways. And so maybe it's a situation of communicating, right? And a feedback loop of what is happening in those audits. Looking at the audits, though, you know, what they call in the education realm is no findings. I think we see that there is room for improvement in those audits. The city can take a position on how they communicate, what areas the city can improve in, really just communicating to residents like, hey, this is where we can improve. Real suggestions, feedback, and timelines about how the city can improve.
And then finally, do you think the cannabis store ordinance should be loosened to allow more businesses, possibly closer than 1,000 feet to schools, parks, or daycares, or should it stay the same or be strict?
Thank you. Cannabis, a once hot button issue, the green rush, right? I once read. I pride myself first on family values. Part of this value system demands a safety for lemon groves, youth, and families. And part of that value system also demands safety for lemon groves residents. While taxing cannabis has a potential to benefit programs for youth, we must understand that all business is not good business and all money is not good money. I take the stance of the goal is to remember who we are, being the fabric of our city, while honoring dreams of our business owners and entrepreneurs. In doing so, helping businesses identifying their needs, but also help in practices and supporting the work within the policy, ordinances, and protections. I do not believe that it is a strong stance to change the ordinance based on the profit or tax.
Thank you so much. I'll give you 1 minute to do a closing statement.
Indeed. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak, your thoughtful questions. I would be honored to serve alongside you. Lemon Grove is at a pivotal moment. We have an exciting and real opportunity in front of us, but we also face opportunities that require steadfast leadership, collaboration, and a willingness to engage. I am positioned to be a leader, ready and fully engaged. Making a motion for me to appoint me on your team says that you recognize the faith, heart, passion, and resilience that I will bring to your team. Making a second to that motion says you are bold enough and willing to make a vision towards milestones. The milestones that we can create together for our residents. I'm here to contribute, to help solve problems with you, and to help reach our city's next milestone. I hope I earned each and every one of the unanimous vote. Thank you again.
All right, we'll call our next candidate. We have Manola Clark Manson. Good evening, Ms. Clark Manson. It's a pleasure to have you. We will allow you to have 2 minutes for your opening statement. This speech was difficult, right? I have been in court 3 times. With a single purpose to help lead our community to a greater benefit. Something that I am grateful for. So, goes. Thank you for the interview. Is that better? You know who I am. All of you have interacted with me and have had involved conversations. Many of the people in the audience also know who I am. You may also know what I stand for, regardless of whether you agree with it. You know that respect and agreement, loyalty and agreement, are often 2 very different things. You know that I have an exceptionally high expectations for our leaders. The first time I spoke in Fresno City Council, when I was here as a year, I asked the council to represent me better than they were. That is an important part of the job of City Council. Oh, wow. Representing the community, their wants, their desires, needs, and concerns. I want to be on the council to continue the work that is our turn. I want to make sure that the will and the needs of this community are heard and addressed, as well as those of the city staff. Right now, it feels like the council is tangled in a ball of yarn. The more we pull on the yarn, the more tangled it gets. I have experience and sometimes even enjoy tangling yarn. These things are once things are detangled, things become better and easier to knit a good and strong community. Edinburgh deserves a council that communicates clearly, collaborates effectively, respects the people it serves. My goal is not to add to the tangle, but to bring clarity, organization, and a community-centered approach. Thank you. So we received questions from the community, so I'll ask the first 2 questions that are from the community. The first question is, how will you increase the city's progress towards fixing roads, and what priority do you give that task? I think that the community has already answered the question. Framework. It's what gets asked to be done every single year. What we're going to do. If you drive anywhere in Lemon Grove, you know that the city needs new roads, especially in some of the. So it is a priority. It is one of the higher priorities, and it always is. And what is your vision for public safety in Lemon Grove, and what role does the Sheriff's Department play in this vision? I think the role of public safety, the sheriff's rather, in public safety is more about, less about control and more about community. We all know that if we develop a community and develop a sense of, greater sense of community, then when that's done by doing things like having sports, having community activities, involving the community in the workings of the city, that people feel safer. And we know that when the police, sheriffs in this case, are higher and stronger, that doesn't mean. And when you ask the sheriff's department what are the issues to make things safer, they talk about speed, not about point. So I would not have the sheriff's department. And now each of the council members will have the opportunity to ask you a question, and you'll have 1 minute to respond to each of those. And we'll start with Councilmember Altamirano.
Thank you, Ms. for being here tonight. What specific technological initiatives do you believe can benefit the city of Lemon Grove when it comes to economic development, public safety, infrastructure, and public services?
So first thing, we need to get the board will know what's happening in the city by hearing the city council meetings. The more people that can be involved because they've done longer when they can't come to a meeting, the better we run. The second is we need to have much more systems in place that are electronic. We need to have more online systems within the city. And we should be able to file things electronically. Right, Councilmember Viridia.
Oh, thank you. How would you approach controversial and complicated issues that divide the community, and how would you involve the community in these issues?
Well, you can't do anything about the community, so that's the first part, involve the community. How you do that is depending on the issue and depending on what access we have. So, inform the community, ask questions of the community, go back and give more information. Ask how we're doing from the community. So this is the issue is X. How do we answer your questions? Did we move forward on it? Do we need to do something else? Constantly going back to the community and asking. That may mean that we're in small groups. We're talking to this 5 different groups in 1 week, or we're talking to 10 in 1 week. It's a lot of work, a lot of effort. But if we really want to know how to address these issues, we have to go back to the community. We have to talk to people this.
We have to go 10 minutes up.
Have you reviewed the auditor's reports, the outside auditors, for the last 2 years? If so, what recommendations do you have for the city response to those audits? Yes and no. So have I done a thorough review? No. So the first part of the question is no. Have I listened in here to what the results were and why they were what they were and what the solutions were for the concerns? Yes. What I would like to see is what our audit is with our new manager. I don't know if all of or most of the issues were because we had not enough staff, not enough informed staff, and our systems, the way we were doing things right now. So another technology right there. So I would love to see what the current manager's audit is before I make a comment on what's happening.
Do you think the cannabis store ordinance should be loosened to allow more businesses, possibly closer to 1,000 feet, to schools, parks, and daycares? Should it stay the same or should it be strengthened?
No, I don't think it should be lessened. Should it be strengthened? I don't have enough information to answer that question. And I don't want to answer a question with just I feel like this. I don't want cannabis in Lemon Grove at all. That's not my option. So, what they're doing, what the ordinance is now, I don't know if it's bad because I don't have any data that says it is. I also don't have any data that says it isn't. So I, again, need more information before I can answer a question with authority. I also don't know what the community wants. I mean, I know what people who own the stores have said, but I don't know what the community. So I can't answer that question beyond what my personal feeling is. Don't change it, don't make it looser, make it be stronger.
Thank you so much. Now you have an opportunity for a 1-minute closing statement.
Lemon Grove deserves a council that communicates clearly, collaborates effectively, and respects the people it serves. My goal is to bring clarity, organization, and a community-centered approach. I want to help this council move forward with transparency, accountability, and a renewed sense of trust. I would be honored to serve Lemon Grove in a way that reflects its true strength. You need the 5-minute break or do you go on to the next? Okay, you go to here, so. All right, here's the. Good evening, Mr. Smith. We'll give you the opportunity for a 2-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. As said, my name is Seth Smith. I am presently the chair of Lemon Grove Planning Commission. And I'll let the kind of been on the planning commission for 8 years now. The opportunity to vote, really get familiar with Lemon Grove Initiative, Lemon Grove Organization, even help you back. One of the more recent being the massage program where we're seeing massage parlors have been putting part in this that on
Can I have you speak close to the mic?
Good tolerance.
You can take it off.
Yeah, so on top of being on planning commission for nearly 8 years, I work in the field of architecture design. I have done that for the past 11 years. At present, I currently own and operate my own business. I focus on residences and bringing housing to multi-family ADUs, single-family homes to cities. And when I was in school, I graduated with a degree in architecture design. My minor was in city planning. And so I also have an internal planning department. And that has allowed me to really experience what city planning policy can do. And so we can change the city planning policy to really help generate economic activity. And what those policies can do to help beautify our city and bring communities together.
Appreciate it. We have 2 questions from the community, and I will ask those. First, how will you increase the city's progress towards fixing roads, and what priority do you give that task?
Well, I think the way we increase our progress on fixing roads, for one, we need to fund it, which I think we've done a good job of with the Measure T committee and the excellent team that is coming for that. The one share of that measure is going to streets and sidewalks. That's encouraging. One of the things we can do on the city side is if we can increase our city staff level, particularly in engineering, that will allow us to get our street designs out faster. If we have the appropriate tools and the appropriate staff, be able to really get those plans out there, apply for the grants, use the money that we have, make sure that we're 3 steps ahead in our planning. That will help us speed up the process of getting our roads completed. And doing roads is always something that is welcome. They will not all be done at the same time. That's usually not how the system works, but we can get them all to an acceptable place.
Thank you. And what is your vision for public safety in Lemon Grove, and what role does the Sheriff's Department play in that vision?
Vision for public safety would be to have more of a presence. I think I hear a lot from residents that we would like to see more presence out there, or more enforcement in a sense. Particularly a lot around traffic laws is what I hear. We have the Cops Initiative, which just started. I believe that it's going to be a huge benefit to us, and that they're going to be able to be proactive. They are going to make sure that we have officers available to deal with situations that aren't just emergencies. We can fix the complaints. Like we have noise complaints all the time that our residents can't get dealt with, and then if we don't have the resources to deal with them, there are more important priorities. And so I think with that cost initiative, we will be able to address those. High priority, and I think we're on our way to doing it. more investment there.
Thank you. Councilmember Altamirano. Mr. Smith, thank you for being here tonight. What specific technological initiatives do you believe can benefit the city of Lemon Grove when it comes to economic development, public safety, infrastructure, and public services?
Some of the specific technological developments I think we need is, I think we need to bring our submissions up to date. At present, we do our submissions through paper, and we track our submissions on paper. One of the things that we need to do is we need to welcome ourselves into the digital age. Most cities submit things by PDF now. There it eliminates printing fees for people who are doing those submissions. It eliminates the fine runner fee. And then Google is also going to help city staff be able to do more projects in the time frame. Right now, we could possibly use another staff member in planning. We could increase the technology that we have there. So maybe we don't need the staff member. We just need the proper tools there in order to do more work with the resources we have. So, updating our city tools is where we need to go. That's also going to count for public works and engineering. Same thing with the streets. We give them the tools, they're able to get that stuff done. So in that sense, an investment in staff, an investment in technology, and allocating the funds in order to accomplish the community's priority.
Appreciate it. Councilmember Hurlia.
How would you approach controversial and complicated issues that divide the community, and how would you involve the community in those issues?
I think one of the things we do as council members is that when we have an issue that we need feedback on, we go to the communities. You have a copy at the local shop. You have an event somewhere. You make yourself available to have conversations, and you bring those you report those conversations, and when a decision is happening on the dais, you invite as many community members as you need to get them in a city council meeting to make sure that you're hearing what everyone has to say. One of the things, with 30 seconds, one of the things on Planning Commission that we did, we created a by right filter zone down on Federal. And you had maybe 2 people show up for the first meeting. So what I offered to Planning Commission at the time was, we have a lot of choices, let's narrow them down, re-notice this meeting, see if we can get more people here. Because people don't care about it now, but they will later. And so that's what we did. And I think if we continue to operate that way, we can get more people.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Have you reviewed the outside auditor reports for the last 3 years? So what recommendations do you have for the city in response to those audit?
I looked at the audit reports and recommendations, and some of them around timeliness of reports and other ones around what are human error in reports that we have. And I think that possibly might just be, again, having staff having technology to do their job, staff having bandwidth that maybe another staff member in that department also helps with transparency. You got another pair of eyes on it, the way to catch it. I think that also helps with timing. One of the things that I feel I continuously see is that we are asking very few staff to do a lot of things. And if we can properly resource them, I mean, we have that measure key money to help do that. And supplement staff where we can, help staff not leave their positions, look at what staff is getting paid, are we competitive? But this, I think a lot of that comes down to having the appropriate staff to fix those things in the report.
Do you think the cannabis store ordinance should be loosened to allow more businesses, possibly closer than 1,000 feet, to schools, parks, and daycares? Should it stay the same or should it be strengthened?
I start current ordinances there. I would be in favor of that staying the same with my knowledge. To my knowledge, that ordinance was also written by proponents of people in the medical marijuana industry. And so I They were also aiming to be fair at that time. I don't know that there's much to say other than I think that it's fair.
Thank you, and now you have the opportunity for a 1-minute closing statement.
Thank you. What I'd like to say with this is we really need to come to a decision, I think, tonight. We've spent a long time with 4 council people. It's very hard to move forward when we have 4 or 5 people that can be up there. My condolences to our council member who has passed. We really need to take this moment to consider together as a community. We need to make a choice. And I leave it to you to make that choice.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. We'll take a quick 5-minute break here.
Oh no.
Yeah, this one's still going, so we're good. So we have 2 now.
He's trying to get cleaned up for. So. We need it, not over. That is irresponsible. So anything that's done on, if all right, we'd like to welcome our next interviewee, our name is Sophia Fields. We'll give you the opportunity for a 2-minute opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Sophia Felix, and I have 15 years experience working for managing multi-million-dollar U.S. community. I have been a Living Grove resident for over 4 decades. My great-grandfather owns a home care by the Living Grove Little League. My grandfather owns a home care now that me and my mother have, and I greatly appreciate being here tonight. I feel that I would be a great candidate to be a council member because of my past history working on these contracts. I have a successful 15-year record with that, but also I have worked a lot of time in my career working with mental health. I have worked for the state of California in one of the worst group homes in the city. So I'm trained for youth suicide assessment. I also am certified in cannabis risk and compliance from the University of San Diego. And I know that there are dispensaries here in Lemon Grove that have opened in the past few years. So I feel adding that would also benefit you. I'm not here to work against you guys. I want to be part of your team. I want to support you, and I want to help lead the city of Lemon Grove. I also feel that being a resident here, I am hands-on with seeing what has happened in the last few years. And I feel that more of us need to work together to make better decisions and to work together as a team. I feel that I could be someone that could bring us together and help heal us. And that's why I'm here. I didn't bring an entourage or family members. I came alone. I came alone because I care about the city and the people that are sitting in back of me. And I also care about you. And I also want to work along with you.
Thank you so much. We have questions that were submitted by the community. And we have 2 of those questions, and then each of the council members will be given the opportunity to ask you a question as well. You'll have 1 minute to respond to each question. So the first question from the community is, how will you increase the city's progress towards fixing roads, and what priority do you give that task?
I think fixing the roads, we need to work together and look at what roads we need to fix. First off, I have to swerve sometimes driving throughout the city on certain roads with my car. And I think looking at a better timeline and what contractors we're working with to better get an understanding of what we're going to fix and hold them accountable. I really feel that with winter approaching us and the storms coming, flooding is going to be a big issue. It was in January of 2024. So I feel like not only fixing the roads, but also reevaluating the structure of our state, our storm drains is vital for Lemon Grove right now. And working with the city and having a better plan, it needs to be done immediately.
And what is your vision for public safety in Lemon Grove, and what role does the Sheriff's Department play in that vision?
So public safety here, I feel, needs to be rebranded completely. I have grew up here. When I was young, I used to be able to walk around and go to the stores alone with my friends on our bikes. I don't allow my daughter to go out by herself anymore because I'm scared for her safety. I feel like we need to support our local police officers. We need to support our firefighters, but mainly make sure that they have the resources and the capability to go out there and do their jobs. We also need to make sure that we listen to our residents and their needs, and we address them accordingly instead of waiting.
And now I'll turn to Councilmember Altamirano.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Police, for being here tonight. What specific technological initiatives do you believe can benefit the city of Lemon Grove when it comes to economic development, public safety, infrastructure, and services?
Well, now with technology increasing, I think that we need to look at more tools to utilize AI technology. I feel that drones, I'm not a big fan of drones, but I feel that might be a tactic because I hear helicopters all the time. I feel that better understanding and getting more efficient with utilizing AI technology, drones, and more proactive training would be beneficial for Lemon Grove.
Thank you, Councilmember Heredia.
How would you approach controversial and complicated issues that divide the community, and how would you involve the community in those issues?
I am not here to address past issues that I do not have proof of. I am here to support the council members and the mayor. If there is proof brought to my attention, I want to see the facts and I want to see the proof myself before I address that to public. I'm not here to start rumors. I'm not here to start drama. I'm here to do business. So if there's any things behind the scenes, I think that getting the proof first needs to be done before you take action. And I also feel that it's imperative that if our residents have concerns, that we listen to them and we address it accordingly as a team. I also feel that it's also very important to be professional at all times, anywhere you're at, whether it's here in the city council meeting, if it's you're going to figure out like doing your own thing. So I have that. I am always professional wherever I go, and I feel that representing the city of Lemon Grove, that's something that would benefit you guys.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Hi, have you reviewed the outside auditors' reports for the last 3 years? If so, what recommendations do you have for the city in response to those audit findings?
I did review the annual financial report that was for last year, 2024. I did not see anything for 2025, and I'm interested in seeing more about that. This one ended June 20th, 2024. There's vast pages to go through, but what I did notice that the revenue for Lemon Grove is increasing. From the last few years, the revenue is going up, so that's good. And I also feel that there needs to be some more transparency with these auditings. This one was submitted by the Dawi and Associates CPAs. This was done May 15, 2025. And like all residents, it's very vital that we are transparent with who we're hiring to do the audits. But going through these reports, it does look like Lemon Grove is having an increase in revenue.
And do you think the cannabis store ordinance should be loosened to allow more businesses possibly closer than 1,000 feet to schools, parks, and daycares, or should it stay the same or be strengthened?
If anyone here did research on me, then you would be aware that I am a cannabis advocate throughout California. I have been for several years. However, having the 1,000, that needs to stay as it is, and we need to stay strict with that. I feel it's very important to keep the cannabis dispensaries away from children's schools, and I will fight for that.
Now you have the opportunity for a 1-minute closing statement.
I really want to thank you again for listening to why I want to be here. I do not have political ambitions beyond serving the city of Lemon Grove. And I feel that this is a great opportunity for Lemon Grove to shine. I love rebranding. I love business. I'm a 3-time Tally Award winner. I've gotten numerous awards for my past business accolades, but that's not why I'm here. I'm not here to have a spotlight on myself. I'm here because it's time for me to work in my own community, and I want to work on Lemon Grove. This is the second time that I have come before you to request this honor, and I am still here. This is not easy, and I know I haven't been at every single meeting for City Council, but I've been watching online, and I've been watching all the hard work you guys are doing. I feel that it would benefit our residents standing behind me if I am given the opportunity to lead and to be on the City of Lemon Grove as a council member. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Our next candidate is Stephen Brown.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, Mr. Brown. You'll have the opportunity to have a 2-minute opening statement.
It is not 2 minutes, but if you give me a minute, I will pull it up. Good evening, council members, Madam Mayor. I want to thank you for this opportunity for allowing me to be interviewed for this open seat for City Council of our dear friend Steve Faiai. I just want to share my love for the city. I had a business in the city for 40 years, and I've been on many different committees. I sit on the Measure T right now, been on the Planning Commission, I've been on the Road Improvement Commission, and many different cleanup committees in our city. I've lived in Lemon Grove over 30 years, at present on Golden for 15, and I've seen a lot of change in our city. And I continue to see a lot of growth. Definitely the last few years, I see a lot of promise and a lot of hope. And if I can be someone that can help the council and the city moving it forward in a positive direction, then I'm here to serve and help. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. In advance of this meeting, we had residents from the community offer questions, and we have 2 questions from the community. First is, how will you increase the city's progress toward fixing roads, and what priority do you give that task?
I think fixing roads is important, but I do think the city has made great strides in the last few years as to where we were before. But I think it's something that needs to be there. It would be one of my top 3 priorities if allowed to work on that. It's just important that we see the conditions of some of the roads. I walk on some of the roads in the morning, and it really is a safety issue. And if it is something that we can find the funds, allocate the funds, then it is something I want to support.
What is your vision for public safety in Lemon Grove, and what role does the sheriff's department play in this vision?
Public safety is very important. Made a couple of notes on that, but I believe the sheriffs play a very important role in the safety of our city. Recently, being on the Measure T committee, we had made a suggestion to you, council, of supporting having 2 more sheriffs for our city. I know they weren't for patrol, but they were for other needs that the city does need them for, and we do need them. but hoping in the next few years we can have more patrol. As I shared with you, we've lived on Golden Avenue, and in the last 2.5 years, we've had guns pointed at family and friends in front of our home. And thank God, through miracle, bullets were shot in the air and not at my son and his friends. And so it is something that we desperately need.
Next, we'll go to the council member questions. I will ask, there's a light shining right in my eyes. You could turn that off, please. Just reload it. Councilmember Osborano.
Thank you for being here tonight, Mr. Brown. What specific technological initiatives do you believe can benefit the city of Lemon Grove when it comes to economic development, public safety, infrastructure, and public services?
Good question. I believe that we should start on a smaller scale of airing our city council meetings, live streaming them while they're happening so that our citizens that are not mobile or can't get here, or our business owners that are working, have an opportunity to see what's happening. And as we talked about incentives, one of the things that I'm seeing a lot happen, and we're working a little bit in the field, is what can we do with drones? There are businesses and companies now that are offering drone services. And at first, I have to be honest, it was something that was like fault, but I do look at it and say, we had the opportunity of drones going up and down Broadway when a person is lost, crime is happening, while we're dispatching our sheriff. That drone could be assisting the sheriff in letting them know.
Councilmember Herdia.
Hello, thank you. How would you approach controversial and complicated issues that divide the community, and how would you involve the community in those issues?
I have an approach to build bridges when I work with people. Do a lot of theater. I don't know if any of you have ever experienced theater, but when you get backstage with a director and a dancer and an actor, it's not always pleasant. But I've always been able to keep the relationships with these individuals because, and I share that with my music people. We're building a bridge here. And first of all, that's what I would want to do is build a bridge, keep the relationship. But more specifically, when it comes to the city is I would want to support more public workshops. When something is coming up, we're a small city, what are we, 3.7 miles? And we get very passionate about certain things. And sometimes that passion turns to anger. And if we had the opportunity to discuss, share, implement, and even get our frustration out, then there would be better communication once we've done that.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Hi.
Good evening.
Have you reviewed the outside auditor reports for the last 3 years? If so, what recommendations do you have for the city in response to those audit findings?
Yes. And I noticed that 3 years ago that there were some stronger recommendations. But then as I looked at the newer 2 years, I noticed that those were not really recommendations, more minor suggestions for the city. So I looked at it as that the city listened or heard and made those improvements on those situations. If that makes sense to you from what I looked at. And so I felt there was an understanding and a learning because I could see it over a 3-year period.
Perfect. Thank you. Do you think the cannabis store ordinance should be loosened to allow more businesses, possibly closer than 1,000 feet, to schools, parks, and daycares? Should it stay the same or should it be strengthened?
It should not be loosened, in my opinion. I think it should stay the same. I know that maybe even some of you in the city worked very hard on putting that together. And And I'm not aware of exactly how many cannabis stores we have. I know of 4. And I look at it as how many more do we need? That's not to not want to stop someone from being able to have a business, but what I see for the city is there are opportunities where we can generate tax or more fees on that revenue that's happening to help us in our city. But I don't believe that we need to change that. I would leave it exactly the way you have it as right now.
Now you have the opportunity for a 1-minute closing statement.
Okay. In concluding, I'd like to thank council, mayor, cities, all of you, the opportunity for letting me come and share my answers, my thoughts, and hopefully my experience with you. Like I said, I've had 40 years in business in this city, and the relationship with many business owners and friends and neighbors. And if chosen, and if I am someone, I believe that I would be able to work alongside of you and helping us go in a forward direction as you are over the next 10 months. Thank you for the opportunity tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
You're welcome.
We will now call our next candidate, Victor Vega.
Good evening, City Council. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the audience. Excuse my attire, I just got out of work, it's right over here.
Good evening, Mr. Vega. We'll give you an opportunity for a 2-minute opening statement.
Thank you. I would like to thank the whole council and the community for giving me the opportunity to stand in front of all of you in order to fulfill the vision that Steve Faiai had in his mind, and that's bringing change for the betterment of this city. If I'm chosen, I know we're going to have our differences, but I will do my best to keep an open mind and come to a compromise with the city council and the city constituents that elect us, so we can improve our city. I know that some of the general public will not agree with some of the decisions the council will make, but as for me, I will be as transparent as possible, listen to the community's concerns before making any decision that will affect our city. And hopefully, we can improve it in the future.
Thank you. Now we'll have 2 questions that were provided by the community, and then each council member will have the opportunity to ask you a question. You'll have 1 minute to respond to each question. Okay. The first question from the community is, how will you increase the city's progress towards fixing roads, and what priority do you give this task?
I'll answer the priority section first. I want to give that task a third priority, because based on the other 2 that I think are really at the foremost and the front of our community's disagreements or discussions of what's going on in the city. Look at the city budget, and it seems like we've been having a surplus for a couple of last 2 or 3 years. I think some of that money could be allocated towards the improvement of our city infrastructure, paving, sewer systems, to improve it and get ourselves going into a better footing.
The second question is, what is your vision for public safety in Lemon Grove, and what role does the Sheriff's Department play in that vision?
Sheriff Department would play the #1 vision in security. I would suggest that we bring some of the new systems that are being implemented in their cities, such as the Flock system, which is a plate reader that would give the Sheriff Department faster access to certain areas of the criminal justice system in order to find and locate vehicles that were used in criminal activity. Another thing that I think will be gray would be the block, not the block, I'm sorry, the shot collar system, which allowed the police department to locate the areas within the vicinity of a certain miles where shots from handguns or rifles are being fired, and it would target those areas and give the sheriff department a location of more or less where that shot came from. The other thing I would suggest is we implement more security cameras along our business corridor.
Thank you. Now we'll have the council members ask their questions. We'll start with Councilmember Altamirano.
Thank you for being here tonight, Mr. Vega. What specific technological initiatives do you believe can benefit the city of Lemon Grove when it comes to economic development, public safety, infrastructure, and public service?
I will finish my part of the public safety issue with these security cameras along our business corridor, all down Broadway, which is most of where our activity takes place. Downtown San Diego had a lot of cameras in the gasoline corridor, which helps out a lot. People seem to behave a lot more, and I consider this as works because of my background as a fire law enforcement officer. But I know that is a deterrent for people. Bringing technologies, I think a lot of stuff should be brought up to promote the city of Grove with new applications such as Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. All these new technologies are being used by the younger generation, and they need to be brought up to what's going on in the city of Lemon Grove. So those things would be great.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Have you reviewed the outside auditor reports for the last 3 years? If so, what recommendations do you have for the city in response to those audit findings?
Yes, I did review them, ma'am. Like I said, I reviewed the last 3 years, and it seems like we're becoming surplus. I do believe that that money could be used in other areas, but it would be up to the city council with the input of community to decide where that money goes.
Councilmember Heredia.
I thank you for coming tonight. How would you approach controversial and complicated issues that divide the community, and how would you involve the community in these issues?
I would definitely approach it with an open mind because we're all individuals and we have a certain way of thinking. What you might think is right, I might think it's wrong. But I would definitely bring the community forward because without them, we don't have a city. So depending on what they would have to say, I would take that into serious consideration, discuss it with the rest of the city council.
Mr. Vega, I'd like you to.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I would take the community's recommendation, discuss it with the city council, and then make my decision based upon our discussion.
And do you think a cannabis store ordinance should be loosened to allow more businesses, possibly closer than 1,000 feet, to schools, parks, and daycares? Or should it stay the same, or should it be strengthened?
I think it should be loosened to a certain degree where we will allow it to have more closer to each other, but strengthened to prevent it from being close to schools and parks.
All right, now you have the opportunity for a 1-minute closing statement.
Again, I just like to thank everybody for coming here. I appreciate that. Thank you for the city council letting me come up here and be a participant in this. I hope that if I'm elected, that I can do the best job that possible. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Jasmine Mendoza. Good evening, Ms. Mendoza. You'll have the opportunity to give a 2-minute opening statement. All yours.
Thank you for your time. And the reason I'm seeking this appointment is because I believe Lemon Grove has a bright future.
I have built my life here, my home here, and I understand what makes this city special. It's the people. As a proud homeowner and a longtime resident, I care deeply about the well-being, the safety, and the growth of our community. I want to bring that perspective to the City Council, focusing on responsible development, neighborhood safety, and the opportunity that will benefit all the residents. My approach is simple. Listen to the community, act with integrity, and make decisions that move Lemon Grove forward. I have seen Lemon Grove's challenges and strengths firsthand. I believe working together we can create a meaningful change. I want to help strengthen our neighborhoods, support local families, and ensure that Lemon Grove is a place where people are proud to live, work, and raise children.
All right, wonderful. We had questions that were submitted by community members, and so we're asking two of those questions. The first question is, how will you increase the city's progress toward fixing roads, and what priority do you give that task?
So I would put that under infrastructure and permitting. I don't know if the city of Lemon Grove does GIS mapping for infrastructure, but I would look into that. I would also think that it would coincide with doing public services where you're launching an app where we could have the public notify public works of infrastructure problems like potholes, sidewalks that need attention, anything that might help us out. You know, your city, your community, they're the eyes. They see the road that they're driving on, and I think that it would benefit if you guys would launch an app that would make that possible.
What is your vision for public safety in Lemon Grove, and what role does the Sheriff's Department play in this vision?
Yeah, so for public safety, I think strengthening our community policing, improving lighting in our neighborhoods, and expanding technology, something like drones that might help the eyes for the police officers, assist them with that, might be a benefit. Looking into possibly getting grants for that. It's something I would be interested in seeing.
And next, we'll turn to the council members for their questions. Again, you'll have 1 minute for response time. We have Council Member Alvarado.
Thank you for being here tonight, Ms. Mendoza. What specific technological initiatives do you believe can benefit the city of Lemon Grove when it comes to economic development, public safety, infrastructure, and public services?
I'll touch back on launching that app where residents can report issues and track the service request. I would also say that implementing those smart street lighting and camera systems on high traffic areas that introduce, better security to the drivers who are at a high risk of getting in a car accident. So that might be beneficial.
Councilmember Meridian.
Hello. How would you approach controversial and complicated issues that divide the community, and how would you involve the community in these issues?
I would first start with listening. Hosting open forums, town halls, surveys that would allow residents to share their perspective. My approach would be based on facts, fairness, community input, ensuring that all voices, especially those voices that go unheard, are not falling on deaf ears.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Have you reviewed the outside auditors' reports for the last 3 years? If so, what recommendations do you have for the city in response to those audit findings?
I have read the audits, and they did make specific recommendations, such as finding weaknesses in internal controls, delays in financial reporting, and the need to improve financial forecasting and oversight. So I would note that possibly the city can strengthen its accounting practices by ensuring timely and public reconciliation of accounts are made. The city should implement a clear and corrective plan of action, improve staff training, adopt possibly a modern accounting software that will ensure accuracy, accountability, and compliance at a state and federal level.
Do you think the cannabis store ordinance should be loosened to allow more businesses, possibly closer than 1,000 feet, to schools, parks, and daycares? Should it stay the same or should it be strengthened?
I believe it should stay the same. The 1,000-foot buffer protects the children, the families, while allowing regulated cannabis businesses to operate. Any changes would and should be based on data that would show us what the community impact would be, not just the potential for revenue.
All right, now you have the opportunity for a 1-minute closing statement.
Lemon Grove deserves leadership that listens, cares, takes action. I am committed to being the voice, the one that represents the people, that works for the people. As a homeowner and a resident that truly loves the city, I will bring honesty, compassion, and dedication to every decision. I am ready to serve, to listen, and to help Lemon Grove move forward. Lemon Grove needs someone who has been boots on the ground, who actively engages in our community, not someone who wants to climb a ladder, not someone who speaks on the things that we get paid to do, but somebody who actually wants to put Lemon Grove first.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Ms. Mendoza. That concludes our interviews, and next we'll turn to see if there's any general public comments. And one last call for general public comment on this item. First, we have Jacqueline Clark.
Why does everybody show me this?
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say thank you to the city council or to the city staff for the work you did on getting to a consensus on how to move forward with this. And we really do, as a community, hope that you come to a decision. And we know that this is an appointment, and as a community member, we will have an opportunity to vote because this is just filling a vacancy that they will have to be voted in the next time or whenever that seat comes up. But one of the things that stood out to me the most was that the commitment to serve Lemon Grove is not just in word, it's in deed. It's in people who actually show up. And there's one person that I know who shows up to your city council meetings all the time, who sits through the meetings, and you know who that person is, and I'll tell everybody else in a minute. But I wanted to speak to the character of integrity and respect and being able to agree to disagree without any malice, without any anger, without any jealousy or misinformation. That's important for us, for me, to see this city council move forward so that we as the citizens in the community can feel confident and build more trust in you. And the decision that you make tonight will be just that. It's going to show us that you are able to put aside all of your differences, see the best candidate, and select that person for the benefit of the city, not for one group of people, not for one side. And the person that I'm talking about is Manola Clark Manson. We're not related. My name is Jacqueline Clark, but we're not related. We do serve on the planning commission together. And I've seen her work with other organizations, how she runs a meeting effectively and efficiently, how she's able to speak up, but not be critical or demeaning of someone else's point of view, but to support that in the best way that they can, and to ask questions of clarity, and to be transparent, and to hold herself accountable to the community, not to any group of people, no matter what. She works with several different organizations right here in Lemon Grove, doing active work to help our community move forward. That's what I would like to see in the candidate or the person that you select. I'm going to use up all my time because 2 minutes is precious here, but I do appreciate the work that you have done. And we hope that you come to a conclusion and a decision that you don't have to draw whatever, a lot or a pick out of a hat. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Next, you have Renee Garcia.
Hello. Thank you for. Sorry. I just want to say that I'm honored to stand here on behalf of a friend today, someone that I respect deeply, not just as a community member, but as a person of integrity, compassion, and vision. When we think about leadership, we often think about titles or positions, but real leadership is about character. And it's about consistency, and it's about showing up every single day with honesty, humility, and the willingness to do the right thing, even when no one's watching. So that's exactly who Joe Smith is. And someone who doesn't just talk about change, but who works for it. So I just wanted to say that I came here tonight to speak on his behalf and show up for somebody who shows up for us on a regular basis. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Next, we have Damate Jones. Pretty made my spell wrong.
It's Dimash.
Dimash. Looks like a T.
That's something. Handwriting's messed up. I am someone who grew up in this community. I went to Palm Middle School. Now it's, I don't know what. The campus when he stepped on it. And that man is Joe Smith. And I know that, leadership is not easy. Being in the position that I am, a lot of people think that you live in a glass house and every decision that you make, every word that comes out your mouth, people are looking to be inspired. And I can tell you, Joe Smith inspires people. He's a man of character, man of integrity. He's most important, he's a selfless leader. When you get into a leadership position, it's not about you, it's about the people that you're going to be serving. And he's about serving people. And doesn't ask for anything the first time I met him. He was just out there, cheering kids on to do their best in class, letting them know that there was someone there that's going to be there for them if they need anything. And, he always shows up. I've had the pleasure of, hearing him speak and seeing what he's about. And I just want to give him my endorsement. For someone who's been here for 42 years of my life and seeing what living grove means to walk the streets and there was no sidewalks, now there's a few. And, playing at Lemon Grove, rec and all those kind of things, I think Joe will be an awesome candidate to be on this council and serve this community well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Gabriela Carvajal. She left, but we have someone having our city clerk read the statement.
Yes, this letter was submitted by Gabriela Carvajal. Good evening, everyone. I am honored to have the opportunity to speak about Joe Smith. I've had the pleasure of knowing Joe for about 3 to 4 years. Our connection began when he was working with the extended day program at the Lemon Grove School District. During that time, I had the chance to observe and witness firsthand the dedication and passion he brought to his role, especially through the athletic program. Joe was simply amazing, always present at every event, every game, showing genuine care and attention to the students and families he served. He listened carefully to parents' suggestions and took meaningful action to improve the programs and experiences for everyone involved. Beyond his professional commitments, I've also had the opportunity to see Joe in his role as a parent. I work at his children's school, and I can attest to his consistent involvement and engagement in their education and activities. He's always there, supporting, encouraging, and actively participating in their growth and development. His dedication to his family reflects his deep care for the community and the future of our children. Joe Smith is a person who cares deeply about Lemon Grove. He is prepared, educated, and committed to making our community a better place for current and future residents. I truly believe he would be a great asset to the Lemon Grove City Council. His experience, compassion, and proactive approach are exactly what our community needs to thrive and grow. Signed, Gabriella.
Next speaker.
Oh my God.
Next speaker is Rebecca Hernandez.
Good evening, my name is Rebecca Hernandez, and I serve as an annual liaison with the Lemon Grove School District. In my work supporting families, I've seen firsthand how dedicated Mr. Joe is to our community. From helping families navigate the school system, to organizing events like the Multicultural Fair and the 5K MLK Walk, to responding to urgent needs like the recent food and resource distribution during the SNAP and military takeover. He consistently steps up. While this was a team effort, I personally reached out to him about running a site distribution, and he chose to expand it community-wide, creating an even greater impact. What impresses me most is his ability to balance the needs of the community with the responsibilities of leadership. Supporting families can be challenging, not just because of policy, but also due to the way the systems are structured. In his role as director, Mr. Joe listens carefully, understands different perspectives, and works effectively with both staff and governing bodies, skills that will serve him well on the city council in turn. Mr. Joe inspires others to serve and makes a real difference in our community. I wholeheartedly endorse him and know he would bring integrity, heart, and dedication to the council. All candidates mentioned talking to the community. Well, Mr. Joe did bring the community. This isn't an entourage. These are supporters. We are the community. We're teachers, we're staff, we're local families, and I believe this speaks volumes. Council asked about public safety and controversial topics. Mr. Joe is already familiar with these areas. He's already being reached out to when there was student issues. I'm sorry, I just wrote this right now. This is part of my original comment. But there was recent safety concerns with our students, and Mr. Joe, he's part of that group was being reached out to. There has been talks about the homelessness and incontinence. There's a lot of issues that, because of the roles he serves, he is already in these conversations. He's already speaking to not just leaders, he's speaking to the community. Again, the community is here, so please know that. Yeah, we're not an entourage. We're here as supporters. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Next, we have Raquel Logan.
Good evening, Council. My name is Raquel Lopez. I work for the Lemon Grove School District. I am the district representative, and I have the privilege of working with Mr. Joe Smith every single day. And it is an honor to recognize him and his incredible impact that he has made in our community for students and families. Deeply rooted in culture and known as a true servant leader, Joe serves with pride, passion, and integrity. Those are traits that I know will make a lasting impact if he is voted. And for those who don't know Joe, I cannot wait for you to get to know him. His professionalism, respectfulness, and friendly approaches are always appreciated by students, staff, and community members alike. His smile is contagious. The way he serves and wears his heart on his sleeve, I do not know a better candidate that can lead the way he does. He has impacted me working alongside with him, along with his amazing FACE team. What truly stands out is the love and dedication that he has for our youth, our families, and everyone in here, because he is a part of our Lemon Grove community, and his faith and his beautiful family. One valuable trait that Joe has taught me and our amazing FACE team is to always give grace and have grace. That trait has taken our team, the way we serve, to a whole new level, and it gives me the chills because I can only imagine what he can do for our community with his character trait. So I am ecstatic to be here. I am again, I'm not an entourage. I'm also here supporting Mr. Joe Smith. Thank you, Joe, for your energy that you pour on every day, the way he serves families, the way he serves students, the way he connects with community partners, and the way he's always looking for resources. If that's dropping off food for a family that couldn't come, if that's buying a jacket for a kid to go to sixth grade camp, if that's sitting through endless meetings to make sure that one family or our community is served, this is just a small lens of what Mr. Joe Smith does daily. I am so excited. The qualities make you approachable and relatable. You don't just live in Lemon Grove. You generally want what's best for our community and everyone in it. Thank you for being who you are and making everyone feel welcome and uplifting voices for both youth and adults. As I stand here in front of you guys, I really ask and genuinely ask that you guys vote, not from a political standpoint, but from your heart, and somebody that's going to have a lasting impact on our youth, because our youth is our future, and we just want somebody that's what's best for our community, and that's what Joe Smith does graciously every single day. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Robert Logan.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, honorable members of the City Council. My name is Robert Logan. I'm the current fire chief for the city of San Diego, the eighth largest city in the nation. I'm here to support Joe Smith. As I had a speech, but I'm going to abandon my speech. As I listened to your questions that you posed to Mr. Smith about infrastructure, innovation, generating revenue, he meets all those standards plus more. As you can see behind me, the community comes out to support Joe, not just for his big stature, right? He calls himself the linebacker dad. He doesn't say that to brag. He's a married man and a father of five. He is very proud of that. He is very proud of his community. He has faith. He has a vision of where he sees Lemon Grove going, and he wants to be a part of that vision. So I formally asked you to select Joe, not because of his excellent answers to his interview, not because of the massive support he has behind us, because we all serve the people, including me, and the people are asking you to support Joe. So I am here also as a community member up in the county of San Diego and a current leader in this county, and I'm also asking you to support Joe. And one thing that brought me out, because Joe did not ask me to come speak to him, but one thing that brought me out is talk to Joe about situations within the city, because I wanted to see if he was truly the person for the job. And he spoke about the $171 million shortfall for infrastructure. We talked about generating funds for the city. He touched on the $20 billion in tourism money and how he's going to acquire that for the city of Lemon Grove, which I thought was quite impressive. But this statement here did it for me. So if you look at Joe Smith's candidate statement at the bottom, it says together, we'll restore trust, rebuild our infrastructure, and ensure every Lemon Grover, which is a new word for me, from the youngest to the wisest can thrive. Just this choice of words of the wisest says it all. Joe is your candidate. Select Joe.
Thank you so much for that, Chief.
Remember, you break it, you buy it.
I'll put it's only 200.
Our next candidate is Johnny, or our next speaker is Johnny Wellborn. Oh, okay. All right. We'll keep them in our prayers. Next we have Andres Ruiz.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Snow. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you today on behalf of my neighbor, Joe Smith. I met Joe about 3.5 years ago when I first moved to Lemon Grove. And so you know how hard it is to move to a new place. You're not sure exactly who your neighbors are going to be. But thank God that I have Joe as a neighbor because he's a really good person. And I can't say enough good things about him. Joe isn't the kind of neighbor that only cares about himself and his home. He also cares about his community. He has demonstrated this by his commitment to coaching youth sports over the years. He more recently had a part in building a school down the street, a really nice school, the Early Childhood Center, right? So he's been telling me about that. And I think a good way to just judge a person's character is by seeing what kind of a parent they are, how a person treats their spouse, how they treat their children, and just the result is how their children treat other people. And Joe's children are so respectful to us as neighbors, to me and my wife. His kids are so good. They treat everybody really well. And that's, I think, at its core, what qualifies him as a good person to fit this seat for council. And I've never worked with Joe, but I know that professionally he'd be really good at that. I think he's just a good fit for this council in regards to what he's provided to the community. I know he had a really good interview as well. His answers, he was very prepared for this interview today. And Joe's a good communicator. If the board chooses Joe as a board member, he will excel with help. He will help the community prosper. And I think I endorse Joe fully. I know his family very well, so that's what I have to say today.
Thank you so much. Next we have Calvin Manson.
Twice in the night.
Yeah, right outside. Thank you.
I hope I arrive home tonight because I'm not going to tell you who to vote for. If you don't want a leader who listens, you don't want a leader who listens. I mean, really listen with patience and with openness and intention to understand. Do not vote for that woman right there. Don't want somebody like that. If you don't want someone who will show up where you live, who walk your streets, hear your worry, and answer you with honesty, I don't ask her any question because I know she's gonna be honest about that. That woman right there, I won't vote for her. That's not what you want. If you don't want someone who could build bridges, someone who could sit with this, I'm trying to read my with disagreement and still choose unity, that's her. Don't vote for her. Do I have a ride home yet? I just want to make sure I be home. If integrity doesn't matter to you, that quiet every day doesn't bend under pressure, don't vote for it. The commitment don't matter. The work that's done after the camera, after the praise, where no one's around, don't vote for it. But if it does matter, any of those things matter. Any of those qualities matter. I know the person. All I'm going to say, I know the person.
I think you secured a ride home. Next we have Azucena Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor Snow, Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza, and City Council members. My name is Azucena Garcia, and I am an educator with the Lemon Grove School District. I have proudly served this community since October 2020, beginning as a parent and family engagement specialist and now serving as a teacher. In all of these roles, I have had the privilege of working closely with Mr. Joe Smith, and I am here to speak to his service, his impact, and his unwavering dedication to the families of Lemon Grove. From the beginning, Joe and I were aligned in our shared commitment to centering students and families in every decision we made. Together, we collaborated on numerous initiatives that directly supported, including parenting workshops, nutrition classes, virtual art opportunities, food distributions, health fairs, and student trips to the Balboa Theater. Joe's leadership also ensured our students could participate in the San Diego County Office of Education Black Student Summit and other culturally affirming experiences that many of our families might not have accessed without his advocacy. What sets Joe apart is his deep belief in community voice and representation. He consistently sought out student and family perspectives through focus groups and ensured that their input shaped the district decision-making. His integrity and dedication to equity were instrumental in the creation of the Black and Pan-African Student Excellence Committee, a parent-led effort that uplifts and supports Black, African American, and Pan-African students and families in Lemon Grove. Because of this work, our district now proudly hosts the annual Shaw Casas Awards, a celebration honoring the brilliance and achievements of these students both inside and outside them. Under Joe's guidance, the Family and Community Engagement Department has also strengthened key community traditions, such as the Multicultural Fair and the Black History Month celebrations, events that unite our community and affirm our students' identity. Across my time in Lemon Grove as engagement specialist, classroom teacher, and assistant principal, Joe has been a colleague, mentor, and a friend I can rely on. He is someone who leads with integrity, listens deeply, collaborates thoughtfully, and consistently pushes those around him, including myself, to grow as leaders who serve with purpose and heart. Lemon Grove is better because of Joe's service. His love for his community is evident in everything he does, and his track record shows that he's deeply committed to the families, youth, and future of this city. For these reasons, I can think of no better candidate to serve on the Lemon Grove City Council. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next, we have Christian Dunwell. Okay. All right. Yeah, he was here earlier, so we must have. All right. Next, we have Joshua Bloom.
It's my first council meeting here or anywhere. And I was really excited today, thinking that I was like going to see how it works, and then I could apply to interview. And I
Joshua, you can see that.
And it's clear that I didn't stand a chance. I definitely think Joe's got it in the bag. But I guess what I hung around to say today is that I did feel a little bit blindsided. Maybe it's just because I haven't attended any of these meetings before. I'm a new homeowner. But on like the website, you go to the main page, you scroll down, you see the news section. On August 7th, there was a posting about the interview process and that kind of thing. And I've been checking that page since I heard that it ended in a tie. My neighbors were telling me to apply. There hasn't been any update on the website in that section. And I understand that on the Facebook page, there is information, but I don't have the Facebook. And you can only see the first 5 posts if you don't have a Facebook account, to like make one. I don't know. I guess I wish it was more publicized. Again, the guy didn't stand a chance. Guy definitely deserves it. And I've only been here for 5 years. And you guys, it's a really, seems like a really nice community that comes from. But yeah, I guess for the 35-year-olds and younger, like might not have Facebook accounts. And if the website could be updated as regularly as the Facebook page, that would be helpful. I also don't have a job right now, but I am a web developer. I could do it for free. So that's all I wanted to see. Thanks, everybody.
I'm back.
Already coming with ideas, so we're excited to have you in our community. And next we have John Potter or Palter.
I think
Oh, yeah, they were cute. He did say he's for Joe Smith. Next we have Victoria.
Yay.
Hello, I brought my meeting materials to show my support for Manola Clark Manson's candidacy. I've been so impressed with how she shows up at city council meetings. I only just started attending in May, and I've learned so much just from observing her in public comments, seeing how incisive her observations are, and the fact that her critiques are always constructive. And in terms of her disposition, I think she has a very calming effect, and sometimes things do get contentious, both at the dais and amongst the community. And I see her temperament as really being an asset. On a personal level, my main issue of concern since I've been attending these meetings is the need to think creatively and expansively about improving safety beyond reflexively turning to the idea of increased policing. And Manola was the only person who I heard name that. And I think her innovative and creative ways of thinking of addressing Lemon Grove's challenges are really going to be an asset. And of course, on a personal level, she also inspired me to take up knitting, which on a serious note, I think really shows how just by showing up as herself, she's such a positive influence in so many ways to so many of us. So please do strongly consider her candidacy, because I can absolutely see her up there with all of you. Thank you.
Our last speaker, we have Beatriz Lopez.
Good evening, mayors and council. I wasn't going to speak. This is not comfortable for me at all, but I'm here to speak for my friend, Stephen Brown. He, two things he has, heart and experience. And he motivates people to be part of the community, to work with the community, and that's how he got me involved. He was my neighbor at my business. I own a Point of Grill, and he motivates me to be a part of it, to contribute. He's a man of God. He's a good family man. I think that's a good combination for a city. Also, lots of experience. I think he knows Lemon Grove better than anybody here. That's my opinion. So I'm here to endorse my friend Stephen, and hopefully we do make a decision today, because we do need someone. Thank you guys. Good night.
Appreciate it. Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion of this, and next we'll turn to deliberations. So I will turn and start with Councilmember Heredia.
First, I just want to take the time to thank all of you. It's going to be a very hard decision tonight, and I can't give you all my number one, but you guys did a really amazing job. It was really cool. A lot of heart came out tonight. I definitely resonate with a lot of the folks that have come in here, and I don't know that I really need to deliberate, but I want to say that I got to figure out how I'm going to figure this out.
And next we'll go to Councilmember Altamirano.
Again, thank you to every single applicant and to the community for being here tonight. It is just a big night. We're filling a big seat, and I'm just so impressed by every one of you here tonight and the amazing stories and your love for our community. So thank you again, and yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
So this was a job application tonight. We're interviewing people for a job, for a very important job. So like a job application, I did a little spreadsheet for everybody when I was looking at their applications. And these are the things, this is how I rated people. Their education. Although some of the smartest people in the world are not well educated, and some of the very well educated people in the world are not. But I do value an education. Experience. What leadership roles people have taken on. What is their community involvement locally? And I think that's important because it shows that you have a connection with your community. And then I think I looked very carefully at what people listed as their goals for the community. And I do think we're very aligned there. And also an ability to work well with all of us here, because this is who you're going to be working with. And then the other thing is, I do want to say that I think that right now it is especially, and I'm repeating myself from when we did this before, but now it is particularly important that we have someone who ticks off all these boxes, who can seamlessly slip into this chair and represent the city along with the four of us. And that's all I'm going to say there. So thank you. Thank you all very much for applying. I know it's not easy.
Now, I'd like to just really honor the people who came tonight. It is very difficult to stand up here and offer your comments and thoughts and visions to the community. It takes a brave person to be able to, or to even want to jump into politics right now. It is an extremely hectic world out there. And so thank you for being brave enough to step up, because it is an act of bravery. I also want to express my gratitude for candidates who give me something to vote for and not the lesser of evils or even against. There are many candidates here who really shine as beacons in our community, and I appreciate the hard work and the diligence they've given to our community to make sure that we are safer, stronger, tighter knit. And when we say the Pledge of Allegiance, it says that we're indivisible, and I believe that, but I need a person up here who believes that too. And we have out of this pool of candidates, we have people who do believe in that. And so I'm very excited to be able to have so many great choices to choose for the seat. I also wanted to take a moment to honor Steve Faiai, who sat in this seat before. He was an incredible leader, and he did bring this community together, and I appreciated working with him. I appreciated can't even say how much I appreciated his humor. Because things get tense or things get difficult, and just a bright light and a big smile. And one of his dad jokes really helped everything sink in. So I wanted to honor that and honor Lauren Faiai, who's here with us today. He was an incredible man, left an incredible seat to fill, but I appreciate everything he brought to our community. So thank you for being here. For being here. So now we'll go to the ranking. And so each of us council members will take the opportunity to rank our candidates and see where we get from there. All right. I wish we had some background music.
As you're filling out your ballots, please remember to add your name to the top. Thank you.
Dad said she's hungry and thirsty. Who's gonna win? Say that again. Who's gonna win? Steve.
order of points. So 8 points for first, 7 for second, 6 points for third, 5 points for fourth, 4 for 5, 3 for 6, 2 for 7, 1 for 8. So you would have, so I'm just going to write right here points that each position gets. Okay, so the clerk's going to read out to me, and then I will put up on the board what tabulated out before that happens. So this is the matrix of how the tally came out from the council. As you can see, the number 1 pick, the number 2 pick, the number 3 pick. I'm not going to read them off, so we can get this meeting over to 30. The 4th pick, and so on. And with that, staff went ahead and tallied. We had the attorney tally independent of the city clerk. They compared numbers. They came out correct. And so I'm handing it over to you, Mr. Clerk, so you can give those numbers.
Right. Starting with Brianna Bierce, a total score of 17. Followed by Joseph Smith, 20. Manolo Park Manson, 21. Seth Smith, 22. Sophia Felix, 14. Stephen Brown, 21. Victor Vega, 4. Yasmin Mendoza, 13.
So you have Seth Smith.
So the one with the most points wins, right?
If you'd like to take a minute to confirm, that's fine with us. Maybe take another 5 minutes and confirm that point system and that the clerk and I got it right. And then when you stop, you can choose to move however you'd like. Again, a motion and a second is necessary. You may want to deliberate more. It's up to you. Thank you.
I don't understand it. That's the way I understood it. The one on the right, the yellow one. Yeah. The one on the bottom. You see the waist.
We'll go ahead and get click back together. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to motion to select Seth Smith as our appointed the council member.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Or can you call the roll?
The motion was made by Councilmember Heredia with a second by Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza to appoint Seth Smith to the vacant city council seat with a term ending in December 2026. I will now conduct the roll to go on the record. Councilmember Heredia.
Aye.
Councilmember Aldebaran. Mayor Pro Tem Mendoza.
Aye.
Mayor Snow.
Aye.
The motion carries on a vote of 4-0.
That didn't come up with anybody. But
And I'd like to express my gratitude to all those who came, and it was seriously an act of bravery. And I look forward to working with all of you in the future. Thank you for everyone who came out from the community to support your candidates. Continue to support them. And we ask you to continue to come to these meetings, bring your support, your ideas. When we're together, we're stronger. And so I really appreciate that. But again, thank you so much, and congratulations to Mr. Smith. Next, we will move to the council member meeting reports. This section of the meeting is dedicated to oral reports from the city council about meetings attended at the expense of the city. A report is a brief summary of meetings attended in their capacity as the official. We will start with council member Alvarado. Okay, council member Garcia.
I'll go quickly. On November 4th, I attended a water capital project master plan update. The Aqueduct pipeline and circle heritage study. On November 6th, I went to the Metro JGA meeting and I got a tour of the water facilities. On November 3rd, I went to a city school collaboration meeting. On November 17th, I had a one-on-one with Lydia. This I wanted to discuss. One year I attended an MCF meeting for my first time for weekend, and it was quite interesting. I really liked it.
If we can move the conversation out into the other areas, that way we can, for the council members.
I quite enjoyed it. Thank you for the opportunity to go check out MTS. It was a very nice group of people. And they talked about their audits, and they actually had some pretty good audit findings, and I was really impressed. That was the case, and they are facing some hassle financially, but they're looking at very innovative ways to get more money. And then on November 21st, I attended the Sandak Public Safety Committee meeting where we talked about substance abuse monitoring and the illicit drug crimes in 2024, quite eye-opening. On 11/22, I had a phone call with Joe Smith for the appointment seat tonight. 11/22, I attended former council member Jerry Jones' wife memorial service for Cheryl Jones. November 22nd, I attended the neighborhood to worship with the beloved Faiai family. That was really cool. It was really neat because there was a lot of different people there. It was very mixed crew, and I enjoyed that very immensely. 11/25, I went to a briefing from the city clerk on the new SB 77 law that's coming up next year on videotaping our meetings and how we will be required to do so. And it's pretty exciting, some of the stuff that they're requiring of us. 11/27, I fed 48 homeless people with the help of 2 community members. David Eckler, who's over there in the back, and Selena Tom. We found 36 unsheltered residents here in Lemon Grove. It was actually kind of hard to find them because we have done such a great job on the 94 corridor. That we had 12 staff left over, so we ended up at the Walmart, up behind that Walmart, and we went to Spring Valley to help our neighbors down there at, Mayor Mendoza. I don't have a lot to report because I had surgery and had to lay low for a couple of weeks, and I first week going. I do want to say though that our church I organized 30 for 35 families, and usually we only do 25 and 10% turkeys. And I reached out to the school district and we were able to help out and it was really nice. So I did rallies. I just wasn't allowed to pick up any of it. But it was a rally.
All right, on November 5th, I attended a meeting with Brianna Beers. On November 7th, I participated in the National Association of Women Judges Success Inside and Out program at Las Colinas Jail. On a reentry program to help women who are reentering into our communities. And one of the ladies remembered me from when I was doing SoCo in front of San Miguel, so it was pretty fun. On November 8th, I attended the Project Aware Gala celebrating their 20th anniversary. On November 11th, I attended the Solidarity Breaks the Siege gathering and rally. Chris Smalls was presenting, and it was really an impactful meeting. On November 13th, I attended a meeting with San Diego 365 and the Sierra Club regarding their concerns on the Sandak transportation plans. On November 14th, I met with the city manager and Jennifer Mendoza, and I also participated in the food distribution, packing up the food that night. On November 15th, I attended the Lemon Grove food distribution. It was pretty incredible. We ran out of food, but we had turkeys and chicken and eggs and like amazing. Joyce Moore and her team did an amazing job there. I also attended the She's Worthy event, and it was also my granddaughter's first birthday. On November 18th, I attended the Lemon Grove, or on behalf of Lemon Grove, I attended the East County Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Committee. And I also had the opportunity as mayor to swear in some new lawyers. On November 19th, I attended a Sandag briefing. And then that day, I also was able to take the panel for the San Diego Chamber of Commerce in their Voices of Leadership program. And that evening, we had an incredible night over across the street with the Lemon Grove Historical Society when they did art awards to our Lemon Grove School District participants. It was absolutely amazing. And if you did get the opportunity to go over to the Parks and where they were doing the exhibition, it was incredible. We had some amazing artists, and yes, Mr. Manson, they are bringing art into our community, so it's infectious and it's spreading. I love it. Next, on November 22nd, I wanted to shout out a thanks to State Senator Akila Weber for her turkey giveaway. I also attended Cheryl Jones' memorial. And on November 23rd, I attended the neighborhood event with Lauren Faiai and her children as they did a worship service. On November 26th, I attended a meeting regarding an opportunity for Lemon Grove to participate in the social equity grant program. And I also am first vice president of the area, the San Diego County's League of Cities group. And we've had a planning meetings and strategy session for the next year and celebrated Thanksgiving. And that's it. I'll turn it over to the city manager now for the minutes.
I only have one announcement. Coming up this Friday is the 27th annual bonfire event. I'm very excited about it. Mayor Snow's first kickoff event, 6 o'clock, and when the fire will be lit. It's an exciting event and hope to see everybody there. Kitty Kitty will be in her Christmas dress, so everybody can come and meet and greet and pet City Kitty as well. It's part of the city team, and everybody's supposed to work, so she's being voluntold. Without pay. She works without pay, period. Thank you all very much.
All right, thanks everyone for coming. I'm glad we were able to fill that seat. I can't even tell you how much I'm glad that we're able to fill that seat. The next regularly scheduled city council meeting will be held on Tuesday, December 16th, 2025 at 6 p.m. The meeting is now adjourned.
Well, never say never.